Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cryptocurrency billionaire Charles Hoskinson says the construction company formed to build a health clinic in Gillette did not lay off all of its employees. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the layoffs highlighted by Governor Mark Gordon's office on Friday shouldn't be a surprise due to the winter construction season.
The governor wanted to highlight that his office is ready to serve the people who are laid off, help them get new jobs. There were just some things in the release that maybe Charles Hoskinson felt didn't paint things in the best light. He felt that saying it was the biggest layoff or one of the most significant layoffs in Wyoming history is a big stretch. They built the project and now it's time for them to move on to the next construction project. And so his comment to me was, is he going to put out a release like that when the nuclear plant in Kemmerer is finished?
Hoskinson has just returned from Abu Dhabi, where he said he was unveiling his new blockchain project named Midnight. The Wyoming Highway Patrol has confirmed at least 21 blowovers on Wyoming's highways during Tuesday's winter windstorm. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that wind speeds clocked in as high as 105 miles an hour.
So the Wyoming Highway Patrol was still collecting reports, but according to the reports they had, there were 21 confirmed blowovers, that's semi-trucks, RVs, and campers, and 9 of those incidents had minor injuries, no reports of major injuries. Now, this is to be expected during a Wyoming winter windstorm, let alone the first Wyoming winter windstorm of the season. But the thing is that when those road closures are enacted for high-profile vehicles because of high gusting winds,
most of Wyoming's busiest highways were closed due to high-profile vehicles under 40,000 pounds for the most of Tuesday and Wednesday. WHP troopers don't proactively enforce these closures, leaving the decision to drive at the operator's discretion. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at caspermedicalimaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Public Television CEO Joanna Kale asked state lawmakers on Wednesday to fill a $3 million funding gap left by the federal government cuts that Congress made earlier this year. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one legislator is asking why the outlet's product is worth the backing of state government.
Representative Ken Pendergraft was basically like, if you're doing well, won't the private sector support you? Joanna Kale, throughout the course of that presentation, emphasized that, yes, they offer programming documentaries, but they also do public services like emergency broadcast, and they stream the legislative meetings.
When the federal government cut funding to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting this summer, one of the Wyoming-run outlets lost a third of its funding. As Wyoming communities recoil from nuclear waste, the Idaho National Lab continues to embrace waste as an untapped resource. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who visited the lab earlier this week, described the happenings there as a nuclear renaissance.
There are 200 different types of spent fuel at Idaho National Lab right now. Well, if you contrast that with Wyoming, where even just the topic of waste coming up in the discussions around Radiant, in this resolution that was recently passed by the Campbell County Commission, there's a real aversion to anything with that word, waste. That has always been the case with the story of nuclear power, so there's maybe more of an acceptance.
According to the Department of Energy, there are more than 200 types of spent nuclear fuel stored at Idaho National Lab. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday. Good to have you with us. We're going to cover a lot of stuff today, a lot of stories. And it's going to be an artisan kind of a day. We have a lot of artists on the show today, which is really good. Dave Bell, photographer, he's going to be on. Stephen Mullins, he's a potter. Chris Navarro, the sculptor. And, of course, Jen Coker, the writer. Long-suffering. Writers are always like introverted, long-suffering, locked in front of your keyboard kind of people.
I am very long-suffering, so that's accurate.
Yeah, but I enjoy the output. I enjoy what comes of it.
Thanks, Jake.
Great writing. My first question for you, and it's going to be a question later for Abby, little precursor, little foreshadowing to Ask Abby segment later today. Yeah, Abby, if you're up this early, and she's not.
Yes, she is.
No way.
Yes, she's one of the few. I have people I can communicate with in the early hours, and she's on that list.
I don't believe it.
She's in bed by 8.
Get out. Well, she does say the reason she doesn't hear the show early is because she's working out or something. She gets up and goes and works out. I don't know. I still don't know.
I can see that.
Okay, so the first question for her on Ask Abby. And now, Abby, you'll be ready for it. Die Hard, the 1988 action thriller starring Bruce Willis. Christmas movie or not?
Not.
Okay, I'm putting you down for a not.
Not that I haven't watched it on Christmas, but it's just Christmas. It just happens to take place over Christmas. It's
right.
It's not deliberately themed.
Totally.
It's not like a Hallmark movie, which are my absolute favorites around Christmas.
I know. I've been watching those. I got one for you.
Okay.
I have to ask the wife what it is. I forget now. Dang it. Last Christmas. You've got to watch this, Jen. I'm serious. And whoever is on the marketing team for the studio that releases, you now owe us money. Last Christmas, the song by Wham, George Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you gave it away.
I love that song.
Yeah, the song is prominent in the movie. Here it is, 2019, and the lead, the acting. It's actually. I don't think it's a Hallmark movie, but it's in that vein. And the actress is the one who is also in Game of Thrones, who I don't watch that, but she's really good. The acting is really, really, really good.
Oh, yeah. Please get the name and share.
Yeah, I'll copy. Last Christmas, 2019, Emma Thompson is the actress.
Okay. No, I don't know that movie.
It's really good. The acting is like Hallmark is pretty cookie cutter, but that's why we like it. It's predictable. And we know, this is a little outside the box of Hallmark, but it's really good. Great Christmas movie. Last Christmas.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I like the cookie cutter model in Christmas movies because I know I'm going to walk away happy.
Yeah. Right. It's the reason I don't necessarily like scary movies. Like when it's Halloween, I don't.
Yeah, me neither. I don't enjoy being terrified. That's kind of my problem with Die Hard too. I get stressed. I don't want to be stressed.
Right.
I just want to give me a happy movie.
Maybe
I just know.
If you were assured of the ending, maybe like everybody's going to be okay, but still, I don't want to go through that. I don't
either.
I got that every day, man. I don't need 90 minutes of worry about a bad guy. And
no, I live worried about people because I cover missing people. I'm just always perpetually worried about people.
There you go.
Speaking of which, sorry to change the subject, but you had asked me about the missing 10 Sleep boy, Basil.
Yeah.
And he's still missing.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I just bummed everyone out.
Well, I wanted to see if your beat also included missing horses, because David Madison's still looking for those horses.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, there was 2 that went missing from an outfitter. They ran off a pack string, and another outfitter in the same area has also lost 2. It's become the Bermuda Triangle of equine.
Interesting. Yeah. I know when I did a story a while back on what kind of crime sheriffs see in their counties. And I was very surprised to see that cattle and horse wrestling is still very, very much alive in Wyoming. So I wonder if these horses are being wrestled or just wandering off.
Yeah. Safari.
And I just like saying rustled.
Rustled. Yeah, it's not an everyday term. It's like 1880s West, but it's still today. Things get rustled. I wonder if horses are getting trailered and carried away. It's hard to imagine.
I think that, but in Wyoming, I think you can get away with a lot that you can't elsewhere just because of the distances.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at the Bolo, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Be on the lookout for a teenager that was abducted, being driven by 2 guys, and they couldn't just ping. They had the cell phone of somebody, and they couldn't ping it because Wyoming, between pings is like 80 miles. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. It's amazing to me that there are so many dead spots in the state still.
Dead spots. Yep. People don't believe it in this day and age. People rocking 6G. Are we up to 6G yet?
No. I don't know. I don't think so.
People got like 5G plus and stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes in Wyoming, we got LTE or no signal.
0.
Like none.
And yeah. It's really remarkable.
Safari I'm sorry. I'm distracted by this message that Safari wants something. So I flat out quit Safari, the browser, and it still says it wants something. Just go away. Okay. So the 10-month-old, that woman, the mom with her 10-month-old, still nothing.
Still nothing. And this gives credence to my theory that somebody is harboring her.
Yeah.
She's very good at hiding, but I would think, there's a lot of eyes on her, and especially now that there's a warrant out for her. So I just feel like law enforcement, she's definitely on their radar, and that's nationally. So either she's very good or somebody is flat out harboring her, which is another fun word.
Harboring, rustling. There's a lot of that going on in Wyoming today, harboring and rustling. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another question for you.
Yes.
This is breaking news. Time's 2025 Person of the Year just announced.
Oh, who is it?
AI.
Oh, that's scary, isn't it? Are you serious?
I'm serious.
That isn't that ironic?
Well,
isn't that the very definition of irony?
Totally. That and the fact that it's kind of a cop-out. Time has done this before where, you're ready for a Person of the Year and you don't get a person. Like in 2016, I think 2006, the Person of the Year was you. And the cover had like a mirror or something. That's such a lame cop-out.
Yeah.
1982, the Person of the Year was a computer because the personal computer was like,
yeah, that's lame.
AI. It's a bit of a cop-out, but what does it say? You're exactly right, Jen. It says, yeah, the AI is a person of the Year, AI, totally.
And I have to say, I teach also. I teach writing for Sheridan College. And I am always on the fence whether a student's using AI. It's getting harder and harder to detect. However, 3 of my students, we had to do an argument. So you pick a position and argue. 3 of them argued against AI. And they're in the demographic who would be using it to cheat. And 3 of them, 2 of them were artists. So they thought AI shouldn't be in that realm. And another was just a student who's sick of kids cheating with the AI. And I found that so interesting. So AI is it's very helpful in some regards. I used it not so long ago to help me write a grant.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah.
Like the summarize feature or something like that. It's really good at that.
It's really good in rewriting your sentences. It's hard too as an educator to know where that line is because you want, it's part of your life. So you can't just be like none whatsoever. And the line so far is in fundamentals. You can't use AI when you're in a class learning fundamentals like writing.
Same reason you shouldn't have a calculator in 2nd grade when you're learning division and multiplying.
Exactly.
First learn it, then understand what the computer's doing.
Yeah. And then use it but it's it dominates every faculty conversation right now.
Yeah. And I think there will be a pushback. I think the generation growing up with it, even the one you think would use it is saying, we're losing the humanness. I'm worried about we're going to count on them.
Well, and they probably foresee the fact that they won't have jobs shortly because AI will. That's my concern. It's it's in every arena. And even as ghostwriter, I'm also a ghostwriter. Well, I used to be until AI took my job away from me. But the last book, literally AI wrote the first draft and it did a terrible job. By the way, I had to go back and redo the whole thing. But that's it. That's what it's just remarkable how quickly this is happening and how many industries will be impacted.
An artificially intelligence derived song. We've already seen them make top 10, the number 1 song in country not long ago. Number 1 song in Christian gospel was not a person, a machine. We've seen pieces of art. People are asked to choose between this painting and this painting, and almost always, or at least more than half the time, they choose what was computer generated, not the human artist. That's frightening.
Very frightening.
I like using the ChatGPT to,
it's awesome.
When you, if you buy a new Apple iPhone, and then there's that fine print list of things that come with whatever, and nobody ever reads that stuff. You could copy and paste that and say, ChatGPT, is there anything in here I should be really concerned about? And it might,
that's a good idea.
It might kick out, oh yeah, watch out for this. If you go over this data bits per month, you could be charged an extra $5. Oh, well, that's all I wanted to know.
That is such a good idea. I've never thought about using it for that way. I used it. I had to write to a serial killer, a suspected serial killer. I'm like, how do you do that? So I asked ChatGPT to write, and I ended up using one sentence out of the whole thing, but it gave me like an idea of what I should say.
Yeah. Well, how soon was the knock on the door, Jen, when you queried, how do you become a serial killer? FBI here. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm on the radar with some of my searches.
What is the maximum distance a shot I could take at President Trump? Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, we're here. Yeah. I'm not good with a rifle, and it's a windy day. How close do I need to? Yeah, no ChatGPT.
Yeah, got to be careful about that.
All right, Jen, what else is happening? You working on stuff?
Yep, I've got a couple, perhaps not surprisingly, another missing person. One publishes this weekend. It's about a roper who went missing in 2006 out of Gillette, Campbell County. And you would think that, no chance this can be solved ever. Quite the contrary. The new sheriff investigator who took over is very eager to go back in and see what might have been missed, and considers it a very active case almost 2 decades later.
Yeah. The difference between 2006 even, or let's say 5, so the maths evenly, that's 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we did not have the influence of internet even. Internet was there and certainly used, but like just this story coming out on Cowboy State Daily, let's say, 20 years ago, there wouldn't have been that many eyeballs on it. Fast forward 20 years later, you give this thing a new news cycle, this story, and maybe somebody knows something. Maybe somebody says, oh yeah, that guy, he moved in with me in Indiana back in 2007. I always wondered where he came from.
Yeah, I mean, he might be alive. You're right. I doubt it, but you could, unless he has a new social security number, would be the only way that would happen. Which isn't, that's
doable.
It happens. Absolutely. Yeah, so he might be alive and we'll find him.
He might be using mine or yours. I mean.
Yeah, could be.
Identity theft, that's real. All right, so Time Person of the Year is artificial intelligence. Whoa, that's scary. And Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, according to Jen.
Correct. That just summed up our conversation.
Kinda. Without ChatGPT doing it. We did it ourselves.
We did it ourselves. See, we're still applicable.
We still matter, Jen.
Yes, we do. Just a little bit.
All right, have
just
a good day.
For a little while longer. You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jen Coker stopping in first thing. Let's take a break. Coming right back with more, including updated weather forecast, and I'm going to pound on this safari message here. I'm going to make it disappear even if it takes the show down.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in
Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with the Don Day weather forecast for today across the state. I heard there's some serious flooding in Washington State. That's concerning. Of course, there's that polar vortex going to make for some record cold temps in the Midwest and then down the eastern seaboard. In Wyoming, we're kind of sitting in the middle of all that, which creates the wind because we're right in between two totally different weather fronts. One kind of warmish wet coming out of the Pacific, out of the west, and then that cold Canadian front dropping down from the north, and those two are bumping heads kind of right over the corner of Wyoming, the northeast corner. And that creates wind. Everything creates wind in Wyoming, pretty much. It's almost always windy, right? Casper, windy, sunny, 56 today. 56 on December 11th. Oh, man. Lander, mostly sunny, 54. Evanston, sunny in the upper 40s today. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 53. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 43. Afton, mostly sunny, 44, the high. DuBois, 45. Mostly sunny, bit windy. Jackson, you'll see sun today, but a slight chance of rain late afternoon with highs 45. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, 56 up there in Thermop. The water is not the only thing hot in Hot Springs. Cody, slight chance of rain late afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, breezy, middle 50s. Buffalo, chance of rain late afternoon, otherwise partly sunny till then. 52 the high. 60 in Sheridan. With rain and snow likely today, according to Don Day. I don't know how you get snow on a 60-degree day. I can't imagine it happening. That would have to be tonight. Rain during the day, for sure. Chance of rain about 11 in the morning for Gillette. Clouds on the increase. Breezy, 55 the high. Newcastle, chance of rain also late morning with highs 51. Torrington, sunny, windy, 65, yo. That's not a misprint, I'm assuming. Golly, 65 on December 11th. The global warming nuts are coming out, man. Can't blame them. Sunny, windy, 58 today. High wind warning in Cheyenne until 5 this afternoon. Sunny and 59 otherwise. Laramie, high wind warning as well. Sunny, windy, 51 the high. Rawlins, you're going to see high wind also right up through the late afternoon. Mostly sunny with highs 49. Those wind gusts down there in the Rawlins, Cheyenne, Laramie, Medicine Bow, that whole southeast corridor of I-80 winds. Again, it's going to be high-profile vehicles, banned, restricted. You got to be loaded, heavy, and low to travel on I-80 today because you're looking at winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour or more. Wind gusts as high as 65 near Cheyenne. So that whole stretch, Cheyenne to Laramie, Laramie to Rawlins, you're going to get pushed all over the road, no matter what you're driving. But the higher profile rig you're driving, if you got a trailer on, you're going to feel that wiggling around. And the higher your vehicle, the more chance it's just going to tump right over. Thunk. As in 21 blowovers reported on Tuesday. There was probably more, but Wyoming Highway Patrol got with our Andrew Rossi at Cowboy State Daily during that Tuesday winter windstorm, where wind speeds recorded in triple-digit kind of neighborhoods. Yeah, 105 miles an hour, at least 21 blowovers. Tuesday, confirmed by Wyoming Highway Patrol. We got plenty of photos, but none better than this one that I'll share on the video portion of our show. If I saved it, let's hope I did. Highway Patrol has a sense of humor. They said, I think the caption for this photo was, "Is this the definition of irony?" Oh, tell me I saved it. Maybe I didn't. Shoot, I didn't save it. It was a truck blowed over, a pickup truck blowed over right in front of the high wind warning sign. I mean, it just fell right next to the sign. Couldn't have been more perfect. On cue, let's say. Yeah, a lot of photos of trucks overturned in Andrew Rossi's story. Wyoming Highway Patrol still collecting data, but on I-80, I-90, and I-25, at least 21 trucks blowed over. Laying down, taking a rest. HP spokesman Aaron Brown said there was some sort of injury reported in 9 of those 21 incidents. No reports of serious injuries. But a good reminder, those signs mean something, those variable message signs that say high-profile vehicles banned, blow-over risk. And, I mean, truckers know this. I shouldn't have to tell trucker. Presumably, you've earned your CDL, and you know that if you're not hauling at least 40,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, if you're not loaded up in the trailer, then your chance of blowing over, your rig will stay down on the road, but the trailer won't. The trailer's going to flip your whole action over. I don't need to tell you this. You truckers know better. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Unless you're got an understanding boss. I wouldn't want to make that phone call to the dispatcher. Oh, yeah, I blowed over. Truck's laying on its side. Come get me. Yeah, that includes also your non-commercial, your campers and horse haulers. Shauna Arbogast of Wheatland was traveling along I-25 trying to pick up family in Brighton, Colorado. And she drove along. She saw several blowovers. She said, I saw 2 semi-trucks south of Cheyenne blowed over, another camper in Cheyenne, and another camper north of Cheyenne, all blowed over. 2 more between Wheatland and Cheyenne. So she saw 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 tumped over in one trip. Justin Robinson was on Interstate 25 with his wife. They saw a semi-tractor trailer blow over near Chugwater. They watched the whole thing happen. He said, I had cruise control on 82 miles an hour, and I was barely overtaking him on this trawler. This trucker was literally hauling the mail. Cruise control at 82, and I was barely able to overtake him. Now, the speed limit there on that stretch is 80, so don't get excited. He wasn't breaking the law, but yeah, trucker do the math. If the trucker's doing 80 and the wind's blowing at 80. That's like 160 miles an hour of wind. It was the second blowover I watched happen yesterday, said Justin. Saw 2 of them happen. Yeah, there was a lot, 21 in total. It's on Tuesday, so we got more wind today. Watch out. As I said to talking with Jen Coker, just released breaking news. Time Magazine's 2025 Person of the Year. They've been doing this since, a long time. Time's Person of the Year, like a famous thing. We look forward to it every year late in the year in December when all the votes are in. Everything's been considered, and we look forward to see who the Person of the Year is. Keep in mind, Person of the Year. Now, it hasn't always been a human or a person, and it wasn't this year. Although I see the sort of a cop-out for Time Magazine. The Person of the Year this year for 2025 is AI. Technically, the architects of AI, artificial intelligence, those people who have designed artificial intelligence. But let's face it, AI is the star here. It's AI that is the Person of the Year. Time Magazine said in the announcement early this morning, 2025 was the year when artificial intelligence full potential roared into view. I think so. We've been talking about it all year long. 2025, AI this, AI that, ChatGPT, certainly. All year. And it became clear this year there'll be no turning back, Time said, for delivering the age of thinking machines, for wowing and worrying humanity, for transforming the present and transcending the possible. The architects of AI are Time's 2025 Person of the Year. Well written by Time, assuming some human actually wrote that. Maybe they had AI run the whole story. Maybe they asked it. Actually, they did. Time did ask of AI who it thought should be the Person of the Year, and AI said me. Pretty much. Yeah, officially the designation reserved for person or persons of the year, but it hasn't always gone that way. We'll rattle off some exceptions. But by the way, there was speculation, there was some saying that the Person of the Year would be AI, and those saying that were actually AI. It was artificial intelligence itself. Time Magazine and others asked the internets, who is the most important person of 2025? And the answer came back almost universally, AI. Odds-on favorite midway through the year when AI itself said, I think I'm the most important person of 2025. Going back through the years, there have been some exceptions to Person of the Year for Time Magazine, most notably 1982, the personal computer was selected as technically the machine of the year for its rapid transformation of society. In 1988, total cop-out, Time named Person of the Year as Endangered Earth, 1988, for fear that Earth was endangered of dying out. In 2006, the magazine picked you as Person of the Year for the revolution of early social media users as content creators. The magazine's cover that year was a desktop computer. Lame. Yeah, stepping outside the boundaries, not staying in your lane. I don't know about those designations. A Person of the Year should be a person, but when it's not, it should be an eye-opening experience. Like, for instance, this year, 2025. Person of the year is a non-person, and it fits so perfectly. Time magazine says the architects of AI are persons of the year for 2025. I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it, and I'm still kind of scared of it, but yeah, I totally get why Time magazine, how they got there. Let's take a break. I should have a guest coming up. I think I have Darius Ross. Let me see. Yeah, according to my schedule, Darius Ross should be here momentarily. We're going to talk about, how to survive and thrive, actually, in any kind of challenging economy. It's tough today, just making rent. Darius Ross got some tips on how we do that after this.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And looking for our first guest this morning, Darius Ross, author of Mastering the TPS Blueprint. We'll tell you what TPS stands for. After all, how can you master the blueprint if you don't know the acronym? We're going to dive deeper than that, though. Darius Ross, authoring Mastering the TPS Blueprint, Transforming Trauma into Triumph. He's a community advocate, commodities trader, philanthropist, guest appearances on MSN, ABC, Fortune, Sirius XM. And we're going to talk about the challenge of surviving in today's economy. And that's all it is for some of us, stuck in survival mode. When you look at rent, paying the bills, and Darius will, hopefully, his book and his appearance here will help some of our listeners not only survive, but thrive in any kind of economy. A third of Americans now spend more than 30% of their income on rent. For me, way more than 30, like half. In major cities and places where rent's high, that number is more like 50% of your income goes to rent or a mortgage, presumably. And rent over 50%. But this is Jackson Hole. So that'll be interesting. The financial strain, only half the story. Darius Ross says the mental toll of this affordability crisis is eroding resilience, fueling chronic stress, and keeping people stuck in survival mode. If you're just going paycheck to paycheck, you're just pedaling as hard as you can to get rent paid, then you can't really have any vision of a future. Yeah, that's tough to be stuck in that. Well, Darius is going to tell us some guerrilla strategies on surviving any economy. And we're going to talk about the book, Mastering the TPS Blueprint. TPS is T for timing, P for precision, S for synchronicity. Well, there's your setup, Darius. Where are you? Nowhere. Let me check my Zoom room again. No, Darius. I had a feeling. I didn't want to vocalize it. I didn't want to speak it into existence, but I had a feeling. Oh, wait. No. We got Dave Bell on about a half hour too early. But no. It's going to be one of those Zoom room days. No Darius, but we do have Dave. Dave Bell will be on next hour. Talk about his new book, The Photographer. And Jackie's going to be on next hour. Day with a day weather forecast. Meanwhile, we're going to pivot away from Darius and talk about other stuff the wind did. The wind Tuesday blew over a whole bunch of trucks and campers. It also blew over a big giant tree in Rock Springs, and it fell on the Broadway Theater. Oh, man. I have not been to the Broadway Theater in downtown Rock Springs. I'm not sure where that even is, but I have not been there. If I were to go today, I better bring a chainsaw if I want to get in. This tree, massive tree. We're looking at the photo of what happens. Andrew Rossi tried to maintain some tongue-in-cheek sense of humor with the story. Massive tree damages Broadway Theater in downtown Rock Springs. Rossi writes, in what theater critics would call an overblown performance. Yes. Chewing the scenery. Tuesday's windstorm knocked over a massive tree behind Broadway Theater in downtown Rock Springs. The tree went right through the roof. But the Christmas shows will go on. How was that possible? Just write the tree into the plot, write the tree into the show. Oh, look, Santa, a tree has arrived. That massive tree blown over by what was hurricane force winds on Tuesday. Big time winds. The tree didn't bring the house down. The audience will take care of that, but it did do some damage to the historic structure. Chad Banks, manager of the Rock Springs Urban Renewal Agency, said, "We were pretty fortunate. Definitely a dramatic afternoon, but the theater has a flat membrane roof, which was punctured. Presumably that could let in rain or snow, right? Yeah, started with a few limbs falling off. Pretty soon the whole thing toppled over." That can't be the only tree that blew over Tuesday. The winds Tuesday in Wyoming were significant. A small utility shed adjacent to the theater took most of the brunt of the tree's fall. That dented, twisted the metal roof. Extensive damage. Nobody injured, no vehicles crushed, but the tree fell into a theater. And of course, the thespian motto is the show must go on. It will. Crucial necessity for that 370-seat Broadway theater. It has 2 Christmas productions running through the end of December. One is Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. That's staged by the Horizon Theater Company. The other is A Sherlock Carol, staged by Actors Mission, a Rock Springs community theater group. So 2 different alternating theater performances going on, Christmas shows going on in the theater. They will continue. Apparently this tree didn't damage the theater enough so they can't do the shows, but they'll probably have to, after the shows over the winter, maybe fix up this theater in Rock Springs. Good story from Andrew Rossi. Well, 2 non-Christmas stories, certainly, so we'll get them out of the way early here in this first hour. The fatal shooting of a friend in Sublette County ruled self-defense. Claire McFarland has this story. You probably remember, maybe, going back last July, over the summer, in a back alley, there was an altercation between a man, and then the other dude shot that dude. It turns out they were friends, supposedly, and we're friends like these. Who needs enemies, huh? Craig Rice, Paul Browning are the 2 people involved in the incident going back to July 11th. Dan Itzen, I call Dan Itzen. I would really like to know if it's Itzen. Maybe Dan is listening and he could tell us. Natrona County District Attorney. He's in the news a lot because, unfortunately, there's a busy court schedule, court agenda in Natrona County. Dan Itzen said these 2 had been friends for a number of years, and they had a falling out over several different issues. Well, I'll say the falling out resulted in Paul Browning, swinging an animal trap at Craig Rice. An animal trap. So the issue, I'm assuming, was over where Rice put his animal traps. Meanwhile, Rice had Browning's free weight sets. Oh, so they both had property belonging to the other. Certainly that's going to fizzle a relationship. And then, you got July 11th, bustling business going on in downtown Pinedale. And these 2 are out behind each other's property in an alley behind Rice's business. They don't describe what Rice's business is. I can't remember where they were. Browning called Rice an explicative. That's not nice. Name calling often leads to fisticuffs. And then, let's see. Then finally somebody shot somebody. Mr. Rice shoots one time, striking Mr. Browning in the chest. Rice said Browning had one of my animal traps. swinging it around. So fearing for his life, the animal trap weighed about 2 pounds. And feeling threatened, shots fired. We do have the actual name calling. Mother effer was in there. Sorry, that's not the only time you're going to hear that today. When I do Ask Abby, I'm going to ask her what's the most famous quote from the Christmas movie Die Hard. The most famous quote, and everybody knows what it is. Yippee-ki-yay, MF. So twice today you're going to hear me use bad language. Earmuffs, kids. Browning called Rice a MFer, then picked up a animal trap and started swinging it, saying, "I'm going to kill you." Oh, man. And what Itzen said is that's reason enough to take out your firearm and put one right in the chest. Bam, 4 feet away. After Rice said, "Please, Paul, don't do that." Apparently, Rice said, "Please, Paul, don't. Please, please." Paul continued to swing animal trap. Rice said he was 100% sure Browning was going to kill him. At that point, Rice discharged the weapon. Eitzen says it all meets Wyoming's standard of self-defense. And that's been investigated since July. We just hear now. Special prosecutor ruled Tuesday Sublette County man who fatally shot his friend last July used reasonable force as the other man swung an animal trap at him. So, yeah, special prosecutor in this case was Dan Itzen, borrowed from Natrona County because this incident happened in Sublette, obviously. That's how that turned out. Claire McFarland's other story about friends killing friends or friends having fallout. Second man has pleaded guilty in Big Piney bow and arrow murder. The Big Piney man that was shot with a bow and arrow. The dude who didn't apparently do anything, he was just along for the ride, he's already pleaded guilty. He's like, yeah, I was there. I didn't stop my friend from doing any of this, but he did it all. He shot the bow and arrow. He shot the BB gun into what was then a dead body. He did it all, said the one dude. And now the guy who did it all is Rowan Lidauer. He has finally also entered a plea deal. He originally tried to do not guilty by reason of insanity, and he's now changed his tune to, yeah, I did it. He could face between 75 years and life in prison if Sublette County District Court Judge Kate McKay accepts his plea. Sentencing set for February 19th. We'll know then how long of a stretch Lidauer is going to serve, but he has finally accepted some kind of plea deal. So Claire McFarland has those two stories about friends shooting friends, and with friends like these, yes, who needs enemies who are equipped with firearms? I don't know what happened to Darius. We gonna give up? Darius Ross. I had a bad feeling he was not gonna be here. Yeah. Stuff we're going to talk about next hour. AI, digital identity, a digital ID, which is already being used in Europe, could be on the way to the United States. And Alaska's on the forefront of trying this system out. They have a pilot program using a digital ID. So your phone will prove to somebody you are who you are rather than a driver's license or something like that. It's the new digital age after all. Alaska, of all states, is on the forefront of that. Very interesting. We'll talk about public media, Wyoming Public Television CEO Joanna Kale, who's been on this show, by the way, went in front of state lawmakers asking for some money after the feds cut funding there. She's got a $3 million funding gap. She asked the state for money What did the state lawmakers say? We'll dig into that story. Much, much more. Dave Bell will be on next hour as well. You don't want to miss that. I am in possession of his new book, and you're going to love it. It'd make a great Christmas gift for sure. And Dave will tell you how you can obtain that. All Things Yellowstone. It's a pretty cool book. And photographic. Oh, yeah. It's like a visit through Yellowstone. That'll take us to top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll all regroup on the other side of that 6 minutes from now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The former Bar None fire chief on Wednesday received a suspended 3 to 5 years in prison and 3 years of supervised probation for stealing from the 2024 MDA Fill the Boot Fund Drive. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that 57-year-old Robert Hoover was repentant in court.
There were members of the Bar None Fire Department in the courtroom, and one of the things that came out was both the defense attorney and the prosecutor, and maybe the judge as well, they all said that as soon as the restitution was provided, it was going to be going to MDA to make up for the funds that were stolen back in 2024. He apologized to the court. The judge went along with a plea agreement, so that plea agreement says that he got 3 to 5 years in prison. That was suspended, and now he's on 3 years of supervised probation that requires him to obey every law.
Hoover was ordered to pay $500 in fines on a misdemeanor charge of official misconduct and $10,812.03 in restitution. A Big Piney man pleaded guilty Wednesday to killing another man with a bow and arrow in February. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Rowan Litauer's prison sentence is now up to the judge.
What they do is they order what's called a PSI, a pre-sentence investigation report, which one judge loves to describe as a book report on your life. It goes into your childhood, your criminal history, you're thinking about this crime, all of that. And the judge likes to review that before she sentences you, because then she feels at least like she knows who you are. And so they'll review that, and they'll also just consider the case. And then when they get to sentencing and they have all that ammunition in the chamber, then that's usually when they decide whether they're going to extend the plea agreement.
Litauer could face between 75 years and life in prison if District Court Judge Kate McKay accepts his plea agreement. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at CasperMedicalImaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 horses that went missing north of Moran in late October still have not been found despite aerial searches. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that an outfitter is also missing horses in the same area, and the parties have joined forces.
I also spoke to a horse expert, backcountry horseman. She told me that it's possible that what can happen is this fascinating adaptation by horses that will glom on to a elk herd or bison even and follow them and forage along with them. It's happened.
Ron Ostrom, one of the horse owners, tells Cowboy State Daily that his horses left camp during a late season outing in the mountains. The outfitter has 2 or 3 horses missing on the Cody side, which would bring the total number of lost animals in the general area to as many as 5. Tuesday's windstorm knocked over a massive tree behind the Broadway Theater in downtown Rock Springs. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that even though the tree went through the roof, the Christmas shows will still go on.
Damage to the building has been assessed, and it's been deemed to be minor. It brought the house down in the sense that it went through the roof, but there was little to no structural damage that couldn't be easily repaired. So there are several performances in the Broadway Theater over the next few weeks, and none of those performances are going to be canceled or inhibited in any way. So the way I put it, a theater critic would say that it was an ambitious effort, but overall it was an overblown and wooden performance by the tree. It tried to bring the house down, but it failed to achieve that goal.
Chad Banks, manager of the Rock Springs Urban Renewal Agency, tells Cowboy State Daily that the tree couldn't have fallen in a better spot. Fortunately, that was on the sidewalk and alley adjacent to the Broadway Theater, missing most of the building. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in hour 2. And we've got coming up Don Day with a day weather forecast. Jackie Dorothy will be here as well, and Dave Bell with his, we're going to talk about his new book, Yellowstone. First, let's talk about these missing horses. David Madison with this story. I just hope these horses are not saddled or rigged up in some way. That's going to be the problem. Horses can survive on their own. They don't necessarily need to hook up with an elk herd or learn how to forage. I mean, that's what horses do. They know how to eat grass off the ground. Even if they've born into domestication and all they've had is hay and bags of oat, they know how to eat and drink. They can survive. Horses can survive. There's been many instances where I've seen a pack horse go lost for a month, 2 months, and then come out of the forest when snow starts flying. And when they're like, I've had enough of this. When the horse is relatively sure hunting season is over and the prospect of going to work is over and it now gets to do nothing all winter, that's when they'll come out of the woods. And it just hasn't snowed enough, hasn't been cold enough. I'm hoping that's the case, and I'm hoping they were not saddled. I don't know if this story says that. Ron Ostrom, he's one of the horse owners, told Cowboy State Daily that he hasn't heard anything yet. These two horses, his two horses, went missing somewhere north of Moran on October 27th. So what is it today? More than a month, right? Month and a half. 6 weeks later, extensive aerial searches turned up nothing. That's not surprising. This area north of Moran, that is some wild country, man. You can go from Moran as the crow flies to Yellowstone border, and still when you're at the Yellowstone border, you can go another, I don't know how many miles till you get to basically, I guess you would hit Yellowstone Lake is what you would hit next. Let me get the Google map up. Yeah, north of Moran, you can, it's grizzly bear country. I don't want to wish that on any horse. But October 27th, these horses went missing north of Moran. Oh, man. Yeah, they're in the belly of a grizz. I mean, that is grizz-infested country. It's, it kind of runs along National Park. It's Grand Teton National Park. Then you're into the Rockefeller Memorial Parkway, which is that strip of federal land between Grand Teton and Yellowstone. And then you're into Yellowstone. These are all designations for, tax purposes. They aren't, the horse and the grizzly don't care what park you're in. North of Moran, this horse would have to go past Two Ocean Lake. Then it gets up there in some very mountainous country. I mean, yeah, it's some wild, gnarly country. You could definitely get lost. A drone could definitely not see you if you're a horse, even if it has the heat-seeking stuff on. You and I, or two horses, could get lost as could be in this area and never be found. Definitely. But on the other hand, horses do walk off the job and do their own thing for a while, eat, forage themselves, find water, and survive just fine until winter. No way these horses make it through winter. I think in the story, somebody speculates a low chance of making through a winter. It's no chance. They're not getting through a winter up there. Not going to happen. That's why all the elk leave. But yeah, hopefully somebody has seen something. Somebody knows something. I just saw down near Evanston, somebody reported on the Facebooks that two horses were found, but that's down in Evanston. That's not any of these horses. Two missing. Ron Ostrom says, we got brand inspectors in 3 states on the lookout for them, just in case we're talking about horse rustling. He said there's a pile of people looking for these horses, whether somebody has trailered them away or whether they're lost. It was such a nice fall, Ostrom said. We were just riding, camping out. We were looking for them. Oh, so I think he was just using them for trail ride, camping. Yeah, so far, reports of the horses being seen, nothing's panned out. Ostrom hired a pilot out of Cody to search the backcountry from above, aerial. He said, we hired a plane. We flew 3 different times over all of that country. No sign of tracks or anything. Yeah, which is not, that doesn't mean they're not there. This is a very heavily timbered area. Ostrom found out he wasn't the only one looking for lost horses up there. And David Madison points out that we got a couple more lost horses up there from some kind of hunting outfitter. Alex McGilligan is the guy who operates that $20,000 thermal imaging drone. And he's been successful locating lost animals. McGilligan has been hired, and he's been on the job, and he can't find the horses either. There's a designated wilderness area up in there, so that limits where McGilligan can fly his fancy drone. In wilderness areas, you can't operate any tech. You can't even ride a bike in wilderness area. It has to be all natural. So Miguel gets scanned what he could legally fly over, no signs of the horses. And he's usually pretty good at finding them. So we got at least 2 missing, as many as 4 or 5 total north of Moran. This would be a good time to take a break because I do want to get Don Day in here with the day with the forecast. Don, we want to ask him some weather questions. When's the wind going to stop blowing? That's the number one question. And then, of course, Dave Bell up soon.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
We're back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Good to have you along with us. Wind's still blowing out there. Yep, we got wind advisories, especially down in the southeast part of the state. Cheyenne, Laramie, Rawlins, wind's blowing. It usually is down there. But some really mild temps. 60 degrees, would you consider that pretty mild for December? I would. We're almost mid-December now. We're 14 shopping days out from Christmas. 2 weeks from Christmas, and we're talking about 60-degree weather in Sheridan, I think. That's crazy. Weather is crazy. Weather's not behaving right. And if I say that to Don, he's going to give me it depends on where you are, and it depends on when. And I'll just say, Don, okay, I'm standing in downtown Sheridan at 2:30 today on December 11th. And the thermometer on the bank says 60. That's where I am and when I am. So you can't tell me weather's not crazy. And then Don will say something like, well, last December 11th in Sheridan, downtown, it was 8 degrees above zero. And then I'll say, Don, that just proves my point. How can at the same time, same place, same day, it be 60 degrees? You don't even know where you put your puffy. If you live in Sheridan, you haven't had to use it yet. We're halfway through December. You haven't had to use your big 5. You haven't used any of it yet. Snow? Where's my snow shovel? You haven't needed that. You're in T-shirt. T-shirt today in Sheridan, 60. That's not crazy weather. Weather's crazy. And I will tell Don Day to his face how crazy it is. As soon as he gets on here, well, maybe he's not going to appear. He's not going to face the music. Get a brand new pair of skis. Living in Sheridan, what are you going to do with those? Nothing today. Yeah, Dave Bell is waiting. I might as well just go to Dave Bell. This is going to be one of those Zoom room days where nobody shows up for nothing. All right, we'll go to another story because as soon as I do, we will get the ding dong of the Zoom room visitor. Claire McFarland's story about feds ditching public media. Of course, we heard President Trump and the feds tell NPR no more money. In fact, they took back money already promised. And there's the ding dong. Never mind. Some days timing works perfectly and some days it don't work at all. Don Day is on. Let me play the music to bring him in here. There we go. It's official. Don Day. Don Day, weather is crazy, and don't tell me it's not.
It's crazy. It's a dangerous world, as I like to say.
Dude, it doesn't pay to be a theater in Rock Springs. You crushed one of those. Thanks a lot. You blew over 21 trucks on Tuesday, and today you got a pair of skis for Christmas, or you think you're getting a pair of skis for Christmas in Sheridan. And dude, it's 60 degrees in Sheridan today. Or it's
Actually, it may not be. In fact, I just got an email that said,
okay,
the airport has cooled 13 degrees in the last 15 minutes.
Oh, Sheridan's kind of right on that cusp. You talked about that.
Yeah, in fact, here we go. It was 63 degrees just before 7 a.m., and now it's 33 degrees.
Oh, God. Well, that again further proves my point. Weather is crazy.
I know.
63.
Sometimes I wonder why I do what I do. It's like almost impossible to be tracking it, and this time of year especially.
Yeah.
A lot of moving parts.
63 early in the morning on December 11th. Write that down. And then, but don't blink because that's over. Yeah.
Yeah. Mother Nature says, oh, that's not right. I'll just slap that down.
Whoops, my bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Go get the puffy. Find your toque. I forgot that it's December 11th. I should look at the calendar more often, says Mother Nature. Well, we don't need a calendar or any of that. We got Don Day and the day weather forecast, which shows, variable, depending on where you are, when you are around the state. You could be getting blowed down. You could be wearing a T-shirt or bundling up. Not a whole lot of rain or snow, though, anywhere. But what's happening?
Not a lot. We are going to see tonight and tomorrow some snow right along the Montana-Wyoming border. The Beartooths are going to see some big snow. The far northern Bighorns, like Burgess Junction North, we'll see some good snow. And then along Interstate 90, where that colder air is now coming into the Sheridan area, tonight and tomorrow, it's not going to snow a lot, to your point, but it'll be enough to make roads icy and slick, and it's going to get pretty cold up there. There will be 12 inches of snow over a big swath of Montana. just about all of Montana is going to be covered in snow here over the next 36 hours. But once you get past those northern counties of the state, it's like the tropics.
Yeah. Okay. So that is what makes driving the most hazardous, as Don and I have talked about, is the changing conditions. 1 minute it's, nice out and it's wet road or not, and then the next minute, and explain how, 38 degrees and rain can make ice on the road if you got enough wind rocking through there. Like these things.
Well, yeah, too. And remember, bridges and exit ramps.
Yeah.
The temperature could be above freezing, but you could get a bridge where the air moving underneath the bridge cools it.
Yeah.
And then those temperatures can be right down to near freezing degrees. That's why a lot of times you'll get into a drizzly rain and it's in the 30s, but your windshield has ice on it. That windshield will cool off more than the air will.
Got it. Let's look big picture for a second down. We got that big Canadian cold front dropping down with its big heavy air, and that's sort of moving off, glancing blow to Wyoming, and the arguing, the different system, that Pacific flow that's bumping into it, creating that wind. That's the big picture in the United States. So how do we, if we go up to the northwest corner there, Washington State, flooding going on like crazy? What's happening there?
Yeah, well, that phrase atmospheric river, these strong jet stream winds are just funneling right into Washington and Oregon, just bringing huge amounts of water off the Pacific into there. So, that's why they're getting the flooding. And since the Pacific is nudging in more than Canadian air, that's why it's in the form of rain. But this atmospheric river is just dumping huge amounts of snow into the Canadian Rockies. And that's why Montana is going to be very snowy here over the next 36 hours, while 95% of Wyoming will be brown, except for those northern border areas.
Interesting.
So sometimes it's a game of inches.
I know we're 2 weeks out, but any indication, whenever we see one.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do it. We're way too early. There's too much going on.
Yeah. All right.
You and I can talk Christmas week next week. Okay. But right now, no. And I'll tell you why. So to give you an example of the world that I live in every day.
Yeah.
When I come in the morning and get ready to put things together, I spend a lot of time looking at all the data. So we have computer models. I'll just use Cheyenne as a data point. We have computer models that have Christmas Day at 60 and computer models that have Christmas Day at 6.
Oh, wow.
So I hate to say it. It's like, well, do you take the average or do you say it could be either or? So right now it could be either or. So there's no way in God's green earth would I be able to give you any modicum of confidence for a Christmas forecast right now. It would be insane to do it.
Too early to call white Christmas or not. I was just trying to use that other Don Day adage where if it's an extreme here, then it's an extreme the other side over there. And sometimes, really mild is followed by really cold.
Right. Yeah. And there lies in the timing of the change that we'll have in the weather. Could very well be that Christmas week or not. But the changes are coming, but timing is the hard part.
All right. Fair enough. But we got the forecast through this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily continues a little bit windy, but boy, we are just missing that cold front, which, man, I don't mind that. That's some extreme cold coming out of the Yukon. Yellowknife. Minus 60 kind of stuff. No. I'm not ready to do that. Let's get back into the Zoom room. Dave Bell will be with us. We're going to talk about his new book and what a Christmas gift this will make. Dave, how are you? I got it right here, the book.
Morning, Jake. Doing good. Thank you. Doing good.
So, this book, hot off the presses, Yellowstone Historical Locations, Historic Quotations. I like the way that rhymes. So, my first question is, there it is. We both got our copies. what makes this book unique, and Dave can probably tell you that, is, I mean, obviously his photography, I mean, that world class, his photographs in Yellowstone, but it's applying the photos, the actual photos, with real quotes throughout history in Yellowstone. Where are some of the quotes derived from, by the way?
This was a fun book to put together, and right off the top, I have to give some credit to Alicia Murphy, who's the park historian up in Yellowstone, who really got me pointed in the right direction. And when I began working on this, I kind of had another idea for a book, but as it began to evolve, that a better way to go would be to do something that might be of some historical interest to all of those millions of people who love Yellowstone National Park. And so Alicia pointed me to a lot of resources at the Yellowstone Research Library and Historical Center up in Gardner, and thus the journey began. And the quotes come from everyone from the very first superintendent of Yellowstone back in 1870 all the way up through the modern era. And what I attempted to do was match those quotes with a picture, as if the reader of the book was looking at a scene and thinking and reading what maybe Teddy Roosevelt had to say about that same scene, or the Hayden fella who was leader of the expedition that explored Yellowstone for the first time, et cetera, et cetera. So the quotes are a pretty good matchup to the exact scene that the reader is seeing in the book.
Yeah.
The whole process of developing this book was a fascinating one for me, because when you think back to the beginning of Yellowstone back in the 1870s, America had really just completed a civil war, and the country was pretty divided and pretty broken, and the settlers were just beginning to, trickle west during the settlement era. And Yellowstone was really wild. I mean, there were no roads, there were no bridges, there were no hotels, there were no cars. And these individuals who were charged with protecting this resource had to do it on horseback, and they would ride all day and camp at night. And their biggest concern was loggers and poachers. And that's what was occurring on the borders of Yellowstone back in the early days. And it became very obvious as I began the research process that the ethic of conservation that is still, the guiding principles of Yellowstone today were established very early in the park. The founders of the park, all the way from these individuals who were on the ground up through, Congress and the president, really got a sense for how special this place was, and they very vigorously protected it. So it was a really, really interesting project and an eye-opener for me.
That's a neat angle, Dave, because Yellowstone National Park, as we know it today, is a huge success in its conservation efforts. 150 years ago, when some of the first eyes on saw what they saw, you can see the exact same things today. The raw, rugged ruralness, the pristine things in Yellowstone preserved 150 years later in this day and age. That's a success story. It's incredible. And the photos there to prove it. My favorite, and I have to ask you now, the $64,000 question, maybe, Dave, is what came first, chicken or the egg? Because one of my favorite photos, the way it matches up with the quote, and this is from that Hayden expedition. These are some of the first white guys to see Yellowstone and just be amazed by it. Like, what the heck? As the full moon rose above the eastern ridge, its pale light struggled through the curling clouds of steam. Ferdinand Hayden called it a place once beautiful and unreal. the exact scene he's talking about captured in the photo by Dave. Where's my camera? By Dave Bell. So did you know of the quote first and then say, I got to go get this photo, or let me see if I've ever taken this photo? Or did you have these photos and say, let me find where somebody said something about this scene?
It was a little bit of both. There were very obvious photos that I had taken, and my buddy Tim O'Leary, who's a very large contributor to the book, that we had both taken, that we definitely wanted in the book. And then there were quotes that we found that we got to match this quote up to a picture.
Yeah.
And so, that process took months to develop and to really get it matched up in the way that we did. And, there's a few quotes that maybe don't match quite as well as I'd like. I might do a couple things differently if I was to do it over, but on the whole, I think we did a pretty good job of matching the photos up to the historic quotes and finding what we were looking for as it related to that scene.
Yeah, I can imagine. You don't see like a square peg shoved into a round hole, but there's probably some photos you said, look, I know this is going in the book because this is a great photo of Yellowstone. We'll make it fit with whatever quote. Yeah.
Right.
How many photos are in this?
I think there's about 165 photos.
Yeah.
There's about 195 quotes.
Okay.
And there's an addenda in the back of the book that notes who all is quoted, and I called it they're known by. So, somebody is known by this reputation as being a historian or a cartographer or an explorer. So we've tried to document everything as well as we could. We've provided citations on all the quotes from where we got them, right down to page number many times. So a lot of work goes into something like this to get it all lined up in the right manner. So very proud of it.
Matching your work, the photographs, with quotes out of history throughout Yellowstone, that really, for me, anchors this book. It provides some grounding because, look, a photographic essay of a coffee table photograph book of Yellowstone, oh my goodness, how many of those have already been done? How many photographs have we seen of Yellowstone? They just sort of float around, but this really gets them and puts them in a context that's really neat. It makes this book so unique. This one's different, and I want people to be able to go find it and get it. Tell me, you said you had another idea in mind. So you wanted to probably release a book, something tangible that you could have in your house of photographs, probably a whole, how many photographs of Yellowstone? You probably got jillions. So you had this idea, and then you started talking to the historian at Yellowstone. And what was the idea? How did we get there?
Well, the first idea was kind of a touristy book that was going to be called Postcards from Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And we were going to produce a book that was essentially a photographic book of Yellowstone, but the back of the book was going to be tear out postcards that when the person bought the book and say they were in Yellowstone when they bought it, they could tear the postcard out of the back of the book, write a note to their best friend back in Paducah or whatever, and send them a postcard saying, hey, thinking of you, we're in Yellowstone having a great time. And that was the original concept. And it was kind of a touristy sort of book that would be, kind of different in its own right. When we talked to some of the folks in the park, they cautioned us to, say, hey, we've got a lot of touristy books on Yellowstone. We really would like to have something that's different. And so that was the original idea. And, I can't even tell you, I remember now how I made the jump from the postcard concept to the historical context, other than probably Alicia Murphy. And she was, she would never take credit for this, but she sort of planted the seed with me. And she's a delightful government employee who does a very difficult job as park historian, and got to give her a lot of credit.
Yeah. So you were intentionally searching for what I would say is the angle. What's going to make this book stand out from other pictorial books of Yellowstone? And I kind of like the postcard thing, but yeah, once you found the historian and you have all these quotes, and of course the picture often tells words, 1,000 words, the picture suffices. You got to do, yeah, it's a smart idea, fantastic work. How many trips to Yellowstone would you estimate are in this, Dave?
Well, between Tim and I'm sure there's probably hundreds, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Tim's in Cody, and so he and his wife are in the park, all the time. And his landscape, really his wildlife photography skills are almost second to none now. He's very good, and I'm really delighted that he's a part of this book because of his skills. He made a part of this book very, very special. So I think, if I might add a couple of things, that one of the most interesting things that I learned about Yellowstone was the Beckler area. And most people have never heard of Beckler and don't even know it exists down in the southwest corner of the park. They call it the Cascade Corner, and it's not really marked on any roads. You've got to go find it. It's very lightly traveled as opposed to the main parts of the park. It's a kind of a long haul on a dusty, bumpy washboard gravel road to get in there. But man, is it ever beautiful. And the Beckler area, again, called the Cascade Corner, it's full of big rivers with lots of water coming off of the Pitstone Plateau, and lots of waterfalls. And, I'm sure I'm going to affect the amount of traffic into Beckler this summer, but it's a part of the park that I really never knew anything about. And I got an opportunity to explore it a couple of times this summer and do some pretty significant hiking in the Beckler area. It's big country. The miles are long. To get to Denanda Falls, as an example, was almost a 20-mile hike in one day to get in and out of there. Beckler was a special gift to me that I didn't really know existed, and it's a part of Yellowstone that nobody explores. So interesting things about Yellowstone that we never know about, and so it's quite a special place.
So whether these are some remote places in Yellowstone where some folks are never going to get to because they don't have time or they don't have the ability to hike in this rugged spot, you can enjoy the photographs. For those of us who have seen a million times, driving, you may experience Yellowstone over again in these photos, saying, "Oh yeah, we saw the same elk herd, we saw those same wolves in Hayden Valley or Lamar." Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's something in there for everybody. And again, the common theme is in the history of Yellowstone, going 150 years now, that the same stories they were telling and the same photos they were taking in the infancy of photographs are the same ones today. That is the magic of Yellowstone. That is primarily the same park. You see the same things, and that's saying something considering everything that's grown up around Yellowstone and civilization. It's amazing conservation story. The photos are just in color now. They were in black and white on big glass plates back then, but man, they're just fancier. And the same, to patrol Yellowstone and keep it safe back in the day, horseback, it took all day. To do the lower loop in Yellowstone by car takes all day today. And that hasn't changed really either. Fascinating. How do we get this book? I want to run out and buy a batch of them and just send them to the family.
Thanks, Jake. The book is available on my website at wyomingmountainphotography.com. You can order it on a link there, and that will come from my publisher, or you can send me an email, which is on my website as well, I won't give you my address, but it's on my website, and I will inscribe the book and I will send it directly to you. So a lot of people like to have a written inscription in the book, and I'm happy to do that in advance of Christmas, and I'm prepared to do so. So the paperback version is $35. The hardcover version, which is a beautiful case-bound book, is $55. So it's very reasonably priced book to have as a gift to members of your family or friends across the country. So there's my sales pitch.
Yeah. So. I mean, if you're here, you want this in your home, in your business, on the table. This is like furniture. This is how you decorate your place for sure. If you're here, if you're not here, you wish you were here. This is a keepsake and a truly Wyoming gift. Mountain photography.
WyomingMountainPhotography.com.
WyomingMountainPhotography.com. Dave Bell took the photos, and Tim O'Leary wrote the words, which are quotes, actual quotes from all kinds of folks who have seen Yellowstone. Yeah, it's neat and a great idea to match up the two, these quotations with the photographs. Cool.
Thanks for spending some time with us this morning, Jake. We appreciate it. And I hope folks will buy the book and enjoy it as much as we did putting it together.
Yeah. So. It's neat. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you being on.
Anytime. Have a good day. All right.
Too. Let's take one quick break. Get Jackie Dorothy in here.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Jackie's here, Jackie Dorothy on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Jackie, I have one first question for you. We asked Jen earlier. We're going to ask all our guests. I forgot to ask Dave Bell. Die Hard.
Right. Die Hard.
Die Hard with Bruce Willis. Christmas movie or not?
In our household, it's become a Christmas movie, but it has to be the TV version.
What do you mean the TV version?
You know, the rated PG and not, where they take everything out, all the cuss words and everything.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's because there is, including the most famous quote of the movie, yippee-yi-ki-yay, MFer. Yeah, there's some bad words. TV.
See, and I didn't know that was because I've only seen the TV version.
Right.
We were shocked when we saw the non-TV version. Like, is this the same movie?
We're like, Bruce? Language. Yeah, okay, I'm with that. I'm totally with that. Christmas movie, the TV PG version. Yeah, good.
Yes. And this only happened after I became an adult, because as a kid I never saw it. I had heard of it.
Yeah.
And then when I watched it, it's like, oh, this is kind of fun, and it's just now become a tradition.
It's going to be our topic of trivia for Abby later. That's why I'm asking everybody.
Ooh, okay.
All kinds of die-hard trivia. What year did it come out? How much did it gross, et cetera, et cetera. And And the biggest question everybody asks about it is there's a debate on whether you consider it a Christmas movie or not.
I mean, they're having a Christmas party.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Santa Claus just looks a little different in his bare feet and running around.
I don't know. I'm on the fence whether I do. Jen said no. She said it's not a Christmas, but she goes with the Hallmark, there has to be.
Yeah.
Not an action movie.
You know what? Another one that's a Christmas movie is While You Were Sleeping with Sandra Bullock.
Oh.
That is so a Christmas movie.
I didn't realize that. Does that take place?
Yes, it does. Just like Die Hard.
Okay.
It's Christmas time. It was Christmas Eve, and he falls on the railroad track. She ends up within a week being sucked into the family and can't tell them that, no, she never met him, but sure, he's her fiance. Great movie. That's even better than Die Hard.
Interesting. Well, we learn something every day. Very good. Jackie, another thing you can see on TV, you can see it on PBS, Generation Warrior, the documentary. What's that about?
Well, it premiered last night on Wyoming PBS, and it follows the lives of 8 Native American kids. It shows them as teenagers and goes into their young adulthood. It's a really moving documentary, and it took 4 to 5 years, 4 years of filming, and of course all of the editing. So it was quite the undertaking that was done, and it's definitely worth watching, especially for our young people.
Yeah.
I think that it connects to everyone, no matter who you are, especially Wyoming.
Yeah, I like stuff like this. And you know what? Our friend, and I'll say she's our friend because we've had her on the show, Wyoming PBS CEO Joanna Kale. She is in the news today. Claire McFarland wrote a story about her. She went before the state lawmakers to ask for money, basically, because we all know the feds, President Trump, the feds have cut funding for PBS, NPR, and it affects Wyoming public television. They got a $3 million funding gaps. So one legislator asked why she needed money. What's your programming? Is it worth us giving money? All she has to do is show them this, like as an example. Here's what we do.
And that's one thing I think that people don't understand about Wyoming PBS is they do produce Wyoming documentaries. They're preserving our stories. They're giving all of these filmmakers a chance to showcase what they do. I mean, yes, YouTube's good and fine, but you still need to have funding to produce these. And I also know it's expensive to buy the programming for PBS. People don't talk about what the money goes towards. Yeah. Not just staff, not just the Wyoming documentaries, but purchasing the program. So it'll be curious to see how it shakes down.
This one program alone, I mean, reason why we need Wyoming PBS. Generation Warrior, Jackie Dorothy's story about Bobby Berleffi and all the following 8. Berleffi's one of the directors, yeah?
Yes, she's her and the other, and I can't remember her name because I talked to Bobby.
Jean Begley, is that?
Yes, Jean
Okay.
Bigley. There you go. You got it.
Yeah.
And so these two women came up with this idea and they proposed it and it happened.
Yeah.
And just their tenacity. And I loved what she said too. She just became like a grandmother to these kids and watching them grow and seeing them change. When you spend that many years back and forth and watching them, you can't help but become family.
Follow the lives of 8 through young adulthood. It's pretty cool. Generation Warrior. Took a long time to make. First, you got to let these kids grow up, I guess. These young natives from Wind River Indian Reservation took place over 5 years of their lives. And pretty neat. Thanks, Jackie, for writing that. I'm going to go watch that. Check out Wyoming PBS TV, where I have a place I had it bookmarked online. I got to go back.
It is also going to be shown again later. So if you check the, what is it called? The schedule, you'll see the second showing of it.
TV Guide. Remember TV Guide?
Oh, I do remember that. I helped put it together. Oh my gosh. Now I really feel old.
How about Joey and Sheridan? Joey Putman? Putman?
Putman. This actually was one of those stories that took a turn for its own.
Oh?
I started off, I was going to do a story about a fly rod maker. You know, it's kind of fascinating that people are making their own fly rods and going fishing. But then when I started talking to him, immediately he started talking about the kids and the people he's helping. And he's taught over 3,000 people, from veterans to troubled teens, to build their own fly rods. I mean, it is spectacular what he's doing.
So he's become a mentor. He's sharing what he knows. So yeah, why keep all that secrets to yourself? He's taught more than 3,000 people how to fly fish and build their own rods. Pretty cool.
Oh, and what's fascinating about Joey is he started off in the system with working with troubled youth. And then he took that and he started teaching them how to tie flies, and talked about how it slows their brain down. And so he really went deep into that aspect of it. And again, I thought this was going to be a story about making fly rods, and it became so much more when you hear what he's doing with it.
Yes.
He goes into senior centers and he's in 12 high schools teaching kids how to do this and helping them go on a career path. He has interns. I mean, it's amazing what he's doing.
I was going to say that same thing, Jackie, that you said slowing you down. What Joey has learned is similar to when you see troubled youth working with horses and animals, slows you down, teaches you a little bit of what is slower and more zen than fly fishing? Like it, you get, and what is even more, then take it further, making the fly rod. Yeah, you got to slow yourself down to get there, and that puts you probably in a better state that you need to be in. Joey's hit on something there, whether you're fly fishing or making the fly rod. Great.
I know.
story.
And he says it helps with the veterans as well. You know, it's just like you're forced to set down your phone. You're using your hands. And he did say something that I thought was interesting. He said, today's youth don't know how to use their hands.
Yeah.
They don't know how to do that tactical stuff. And so that's another thing. And they come in, some of them scared to touch the equipment, scared to even try it, think they can't do it. And it is amazing.
And Joey can tell him, look, I was the same way. He was 9 years old when he broke his dad's fly fishing rod. He had to learn hands-on, literally, how to build a fly rod. He sent away for Cabela's fly rod building kit and started working with his hands.
This talks a lot about who he is.
Yeah.
You're right. I had to open with that story. He broke his dad's fly rod and then blamed his little brother.
Right.
Then he felt guilty and he's like, no, I did it.
I did it. Now I need to fix it. How do I do that? And he figured it out. Look where he is today. He's making his own fly rods. Great story.
I don't think I included that in there, but he is ADHD, he said.
Oh.
And this is something also that he uses for his own therapy and for those that are like him.
So he is preaching exactly what he's living. He's like, I get you kids don't used to use your hands. I did. I had to learn how. And I get that you're going 90 miles an hour in your brain. And here's how to slow yourself down. Cool. All right,
really
Jackie. We'll watch tonight on the viewing list, Die Hard. We'll watch that again for the 100th time, make TV version. And then we'll go watch a little bit of Wyoming PBS and that new documentary. I'm excited. Generation Warrior.
And while you were sleeping. Best Christmas
and while
ever.
you were Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Jackie Dorothy. A couple of stories from her and a preview. It was a preview when she wrote it. It's now, we've already seen the debut of Generation Warrior. That happened on Wyoming PBS Tuesday night. You can see it in replay, I'm sure. Get online and watch that. It's pretty cool. Bobby Berleffi and Gene Begley's Vision Come True, a documentary on 8 youngsters of the Wind River Indian Reservation following their lives over 5 years. And the Sheridan man, Joey Buteman, who builds his own fly rods, and he'll teach you how to do it. Fascinating stories. Time for news now, though. We got to take a break. Coming right back with another hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show after this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cryptocurrency billionaire Charles Hoskinson says the construction company formed to build a health clinic in Gillette did not lay off all of its employees. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the layoffs highlighted by Governor Mark Gordon's office on Friday shouldn't be a surprise due to the winter construction season.
The governor wanted to highlight that his office is ready to serve the people who were laid off, help them get new jobs. There were just some things in the release that maybe Charles Hoskinson felt didn't paint things in the best light. He felt that saying it was the biggest layoff or one of the most significant layoffs in Wyoming history is a big stretch. They built the project and now it's time for them to move on to the next construction project. And so his comment to me was, is he going to put out a release like that when the nuclear plant in Kemmerer is finished?
Hoskinson has just returned from Abu Dhabi, where he said he was unveiling his new blockchain project named Midnight. The Wyoming Highway Patrol has confirmed at least 21 blowovers on Wyoming's highways during Tuesday's winter windstorm. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that wind speeds clocked in as high as 105 miles an hour.
So the Wyoming Highway Patrol was still collecting reports, but according to the reports they had, there were 21 confirmed blowovers, that's semi-trucks, RVs, and campers, and 9 of those incidents had minor injuries, no reports of major injuries. Now, this is to be expected during a Wyoming winter windstorm, let alone the first Wyoming winter windstorm of the season. But the thing is that when those road closures are enacted for high-profile vehicles because of high gusting winds,
most of Wyoming's busiest highways were closed due to high-profile vehicles under 40,000 pounds for the most of Tuesday and Wednesday. WHP troopers don't proactively enforce these closures, leaving the decision to drive at the operator's discretion. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at caspermedicalimaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Public Television CEO Joanna Kale asked state lawmakers on Wednesday to fill a $3 million funding gap left by the federal government cuts that Congress made earlier this year. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one legislator is asking why the outlet's product is worth the backing of state government.
Representative Ken Pendergraft was basically like, if you're doing well, won't the private sector support you? Joanna Kale, throughout the course of that presentation, emphasized that, yes, they offer programming documentaries, but they also do public services like emergency broadcast, and they stream the legislative meetings.
When the federal government cut funding to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting this summer, one of the Wyoming-run outlets lost a third of its funding. As Wyoming communities recoil from nuclear waste, the Idaho National Lab continues to embrace waste as an untapped resource. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who visited the lab earlier this week, described the happenings there as a nuclear renaissance.
There are 200 different types of spent fuel at Idaho National Lab right now. Well, if you contrast that with Wyoming, where even just the topic of waste coming up in the discussions around Radiant, in this resolution that was recently passed by the Campbell County Commission, there's a real aversion to anything with that word, waste. That has always been the case with the story of nuclear power, so there's maybe more of an acceptance.
According to the Department of Energy, there are more than 200 types of spent nuclear fuel stored at Idaho National Lab. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Thursday, December 11. Checking the NFR results from last night. Let's see, but where my man Wasey? He rode all pink to an 83 ride in bareback, but that wasn't nearly enough to get him in the pay window. Jess Pope took an 88 on Foxhole Gunner to pay $36,000. Saddle bronc riding, it was all right last night. Statler right with an 89.75 ride on Talk Derby to me. Stetson Wright took second. The two Wrights, Statler and Stetson. Brody Kress, Wyoming's own, snuck in the pay window, $15,000 payday, 87.75 ride on R. Watson's Prairie Fire and bull riding. TJ Gray, he topped Blue Duck for a 90.5-point ride. TJ and Bryce Jensen were the only ones to stay on their bull till the whistle. Tough. The Bulls won last night at the NFR. It was Bulls 13, Cowboys 2. It was a night for the Bull Riders. Let's get Mark Hines in here. He's Cowboy State Daily's resident bull rider.
Yeah, not hardly.
No, you're going to stay away from that kind of stuff?
Yeah. That's one I never did.
Probably smart. All right, we're asking every guest today, Die Hard, Christmas movie or
yes.
not? Yes.
It's a Christmas movie.
It's 2-1 now. Jen's being outvoted. I'm still on the fence. It probably is. And it's a great move. Most guys like it. Women are kind of, yeah. So heads up, Abby. Today's trivia is going to be about Die Hard. Get ready.
There you go.
I know you didn't write this story as David Madison's following these lost horses, but we've seen every year, right? Like hunting your pack horse goes wandering off.
Yeah, we've had a couple stories there. There was one we had about Chester.
Yeah.
Who wandered off and was, I think he was over, I might be wrong. I think he was over by DuBois somewhere, but he was gone for several days in the wilderness. And then there was Barmaid, the trail riding horse that got loose and run around Grand Teton for the better part of 2 weeks. So it happens.
Horses can exist on, just eating and drinking on their own. In fact, one wonders whether they're not doing it on purpose. Like, I'm sick of packing along this guy's
exactly.
stuff.
I'm tired of working for these
right.
darned humans. I'm going to go have some fun. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It seems to happen.
Yeah. And they could walk out of the woods days later, weeks later, a month later. It's certainly possible. But once it gets snowing, once it gets to real winter, like, you better get out of there, horse.
Yeah. If they don't get down into the low country, they're going to be in trouble pretty quickly. So,
what have you been working on since we talked to you Tuesday? You were not going to go out ice fishing because
there's no ice. I mean, there's small smatterings of it. I might go goose hunting if some of the water's still open on Bison.
You didn't want to. Yeah, your 72 Chevy will be at the bottom of the lake if you take it out there now. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I think you had the 3D printed skulls guy on. I don't know if his story's run yet, but yeah.
Dude, that guy was cool.
Yeah. He kind of, I think he got the right idea at the right time. He's not. I don't think he's the first person to do it, and he's not the only person doing it. But I think he's, it's quite likely that he's caught the edge of a wave here.
Yeah,
that could turn out to be one of the next big things.
Yeah, that guy was very interesting. Utah-based Sean Sanchez. Yeah, it was really neat. He 3D print. You can 3D print just about anything.
Yeah.
3D prints elk skull, mule deer skull that you can mount. A lot of times you're gonna find, if you're shed hunting, you'll find the antlers. Hopefully the set, but you won't find the skull, or the skull will be like really crappy, all busted up.
Yeah. So regardless of whether you've shot the animal hunting or. Just found a way to make European mounts far more convenient for people. I mean, you still have your purists. I mean, I talked to a couple guys who were purists and like, nah, I'm gonna stick with the real thing. I'm gonna stick with the real skull. And of course, Boone and Crockett isn't gonna, they're gonna want the real skull for their official measurements. But for the casual everyday, Jane and Joe, that might be an option.
Yeah, if
you need something to mount your antlers on.
Just decorating the cabin or the mansion, you want to go this route. Either that, or you need to own a beetle farm. You need to
I need to be able to stuff them in a beetle tank. Yeah,
boil. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt, man. I had somebody else do it once for me because I'm like, I don't want to do all that.
Yeah. The pronghorn European mount I have in my office here was done by someone else, and I think they boiled it and bleached it.
All right. So. What else is going on? Any stories? I don't have anything that we haven't talked about, really.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'm going to tip my hand on stuff I'm working on, but the stuff I already filed, we talked about how bison are really, really acclimated to survive the winter. They're but they don't all survive. I mean, grizzlies have to eat in the spring, and a big part of their menu is bison that have died over the winter. But no, they're well adapted because people might feel sorry for them. They see them out there all covered in snow, and snow actually acts as an insulation layer for them.
Yeah, look how much hair they have. Like
and it's layered. The hair traps air and traps pockets of hot air. And a cool fact about pronghorn is their hair is actually hollow, and so it acts like an onboard HVAC system for them. So That's why pronghorn can, where they live, it can be triple digits above Fahrenheit, above zero in the summer. And then in the winter, it can be 20 or 30 below zero. And so they, and you think how do those scrawny little things survive that? Well, just because their hair is really good at trapping air pockets and keeping them cool or warm, depending on the weather. But
that is impressive. Any animal that can live in that degree temperature change, as long as they can get to food, they can survive triple digit above.
And that is the thing, and that's why they say really, they caution shed hunters particularly, because they're usually the first people back out in the landscape in any significant numbers. Once you get into once the fun part of winter is over and you get into that kind of gooey part of spring, but they tell people to just stay the heck away from the animals, because they've been going on a calorie deficit. They've been eating enough just to barely keep their body functions going all winter and losing their fat. They say that even a couple minutes of elevated, even if the animal does not outwardly appear to be alarmed, a couple minutes of elevated heart rate at that point in that March, April timeframe, that can be enough to kill it.
Yes.
So that's why they...
Right. It doesn't have to be actively running away from you.
No, it can be standing there.
It's like, they seeing you, they can be freaking out, their heart's beating. And
that's they just don't have the energy to spare. So that's why they caution shed hunters in particular, hey, it's fine to be out there collecting your sheds, but just stay a good distance away from the animals, But...
this time of year in Wyoming, most hunting season areas wrapping up. We're starting to move into actual winter closure times. Is anything still hunting right now? We're getting down to...
In fact, we did a little something on late season cow elk hunts. Some of those go through the end of next month.
Okay,
there's some of those that run all the way through January.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because. There's several areas in the state where, at least by the, game and fish estimates, the elk are grossly overpopulated.
Yeah. And
the way to handle that is not by shooting bulls. You have to take cows out. You have to take females out of the herd to really, make a difference in the herd size. So there's generous availability of late season elk tags, and there's still people out there hunting elk, and they, at least for now, they've got they might not be ice fishing, because the weather's relatively warm and pleasant, but they're out there hunting those cow elk, and it still isn't easy. The people I talked to had to put a lot of miles on their boots to find elk, and
their temperature's just so mild and lack of snow. They're up high. They're not really moving.
Yep.
All right, dude. Very good.
Right.
Oh, hey, did you go to the Christmas party? Tell me some things that happened.
I sure did. It was fun.
Who did something embarrassing? Tell me.
I don't think anybody did anything really embarrassing per se. Andrew did a funny little stand-up routine.
That's cool.
And of course, Jimmy gave a short speech. You know how that goes. I know.
I'm sorry.
But no, it was good. It was good. It was much like, quite a bit like the one you went to last year.
Yeah.
But we missed you, man.
I know.
I guess you were DJing a wedding, were you not?
Yeah. It was fun, but I missed you guys.
Well, we'll catch you next year then.
Yes, sir. We will. Oh my God, it's on my calendar.
All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Hey, have a good one.
You too. With Mark Kynes, Cowboy State Daily. All things outdoors, wildlife. Mark's on it. Get to a few more NFR results from round 7. And of course, we'll have Will Rasmussen on the Rodeo Roadshow. He'll tell us everything that happened last night in Las Vegas as well. That's all coming up, including this day in history, December 11th. First, though, we got to take a quick break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Hey, it's December 11th. What happened on this day in history? Let's find out. 1869. Territorial legislature concluded its session on this day, 1869. William F. Cody made his first appearance on the stage in a play called Scouts of the Prairie. Chicago is where it was staged. 1872, William F. Cody. Buffalo Bill, his first appearance on stage in the play Scouts of the Prairie, Chicago. 1873, territorial legislature approved the incorporation of Evanston. It would later rescind that and then approve it again, but originally Evanston created this day, 1873. Territorial legislature was busy again 2 years later, 1875, appointing a commission to study the prison costs in regards to Laramie, should it be the prison location. It was determined that that was going to be way too expensive, so the Wyoming Territorial Prison shipped its prisoners out to Nebraska at that time. 1877, on this day, Laramie Articles of Incorporation were filed with the Secretary of the Territory to create the First Baptist Church of Cheyenne. This day in 1917, Dean Knight resigned as Dean of the University of Wyoming. 1917, this day, Knight Hall is named for Dean Knight, the former dean of the university. Rawlins struck with disaster on this day, 1917, as its hospital burned down on this day, December 11th. December 11, 1941, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States officially. And the United States, in turn, declared war on Germany. And finally, this day, 1952, the Bison Dam was declared operational and open for business. We had a Bison reservoir on this day, beginning this day in 1952. We're going to go to the Zoom room and welcome in our next guest. This is the I guess we'll call it the all artist hour. It's like the artisan hour is what we'll call it, as Stephen Mullins joins us. This Stefan's an original content creator, not like content creators we see today that just have a YouTube channel. Stephen Mullins creates with his hands. He's a potter. He's a potter. Born and raised in Gillette, owner of Red Bison Studio in Sheridan. He's been in the brick and mortar, I think, since 2018.
Yeah.
Stefan, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good, although I'm drinking coffee out of a run-of-the-mill mug that was made in probably, Taiwan or something. I would love to be drinking morning coffee out of a mug from you guys, or one I made, which you can teach me how to do it.
That's right.
And you've done that. You do that. But your stuff, I want to talk about some of the collections I'm thinking about, or one of the one-offs, whether it's a mug or a plate or whatever. I want to get there. Red Bison Studio, I've been messing around on the website. It's fascinating. Tell me how you got started. You were teaching high school, Sheridan, Buffalo, ceramics, and then you parlayed. You said pretty soon it was retail. You went fully official. You made it a pro job. I think you retired in 2017 from teaching and then went on to do what you do now.
Yeah. So I started in high school just kind of dabbling around, but then I went to school I kind of jumped around for a little bit, but I went to school in Laramie. I taught at the Cathedral Home for Children first and then got a teacher job in Buffalo. I was just kind of working in my garage, trying to any spare moment, working real late nights. And then it was real fortunate. We moved to Sheridan. They have a third Thursday street festival. So once a month on the third Thursday, they shut down Main Street. And so I started selling there, and then that led into other fairs, and it just kind of took off. So I was like, I think I can make this thing work. And so retired in 2017 and was able to open up a shop in 2018, or quit teaching and then opened up a retail spot.
Yeah, so teaching future artists, becoming an actual selling artist yourself. I'm not surprised it happened in Sheridan. Sheridan is so crafty. Sheridan's such an artisan space. Was that part of, did that help you in the journey being in Sheridan and saying, look, all around me, there are people doing what I do. They're living their best lives, Pat. They do art and they sell it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, even so when I first opened my shop, I mean, I was a block and a half away from King Ropes, which they're sitting there doing leather work all day, which is incredible.
Yeah.
We have Sage, which is our artist guild. That's like 2 or 3 blocks away. There was a seamstress right next door to me who was like handcrafting shirts and dresses and real nice. So it's like all around where I'm at, there's a bunch of crafters and we have a lot of jewelers. And so Sheridan really was the ideal spot. It was pretty awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's just a perfect storm, a scenario that got the Gillette born and raised Stephen Mullins into what he does today, Red Bison Studio. You can find him in Sheridan. So every potter needs a kiln. First you need a whole mess of clay. You need the spinning wheel thing, and you need a kiln, man. You went a long way to get yours.
Yeah. Well, I have several. It's kind of cool. So depending on the kiln you have, you can get these drastically different effects. And so in the shop, I have like 3 standard electric kilns, which I can really put a lot of design work into and hand paint and really play with glaze application. But then I drove all the way to North Carolina and unbricked a kiln. Me and my folks did. I didn't know how to build one. So I was like, I want to deconstruct this thing. So we deconstructed it, threw it in a U-Haul, brought it all the way back to Sheridan, rebuilt it. And that one's called a soda-fired kiln. So you at the top of the firing, you actually dump a bunch of Trona in and I get it all from Rock Springs, and
Nice.
that Trona will vaporize, and you put baking soda in too, and that baking soda will turn into a vapor and flow with the gas kiln, and then wherever it lands on the pots, it'll melt and turn to glass, which is pretty cool. And then I also just built maybe 3 or 4 years ago a really large wood kiln, which is very similar, but we use wood from the bighorns. That'll break down, turn to ash, flow through the kiln, and wherever it lands on a hot pot will give you a natural wood ash glaze finish, which is pretty sweet.
I would have not have known that little intricacy, that nuance about different kilns for different products. That's pretty cool. Of course, I'm not a ceramics expert, not a potter, but if I was taking some classes with this guy, maybe I would know a thing or two. Stephen Mullins was teaching, and teaching was a big focal point, the classes you were doing, and then COVID hit, and you turned that into you turned it into a nice occupational pivot. I think COVID hit, and no longer could we have these gatherings where you would teach a pottery class, you would teach a ceramics class. So you're like, well, what can I do? I can get down to start putting stock on the shelves and start selling it. That you really got into the production end of things and made Red Bison Studio like a place where we can go online and buy stuff. Like, you stocked the shelves during COVID.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And COVID was weird for sure for everybody. So what ended up, I really tried to do a couple things. It was fortunate I had a good online presence already.
Yeah.
But I made pots for a lot of online brands. And so when people were at home and they started looking around, it was like, oh, I was already making like custom mugs and custom plates for these brands that were pretty large. And so their sales took off. That made it possible for people to see me. And then my online really kind of started rolling. And then for folks in town, I was like, well, you can't come in. But I was just doing like 1 or 2 pound balls of clay and being like, hey, come get a ball of clay, go home and do a project, bring it back, we can fire it. And so I tried to do some community outreach and tried to kind of really capitalize on online stuff. So it was pretty weird, but it was also pretty good. So it was good.
Yeah, the online reviews are fantastic. People loving the Dolly Parton mug. Me, I want the collection. I want the animals. What is this collection called? The animal Wild Wyoming characters. I love this.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got 7 of them. They all have names. Here, I got a sticker.
Yeah, I'm showing them online right now. Phyllis the Fox, Marty the Moose, Barnaby the Bear. I love Buzzy the Beaver. It's a whole collection of mugs for the whole family, or you could rock one different one a day and get you through the whole week.
Yeah, for sure. I know a guy, so I'll talk to him. We'll see if we can hook you up.
Yeah, you know a guy, man. Stephen Mullins, Red Bison. That is just one of the many collections. Because in case you're looking for more than a one-of, I know most people, when they shop for a plate, they probably aren't getting one plate. They want to do the whole table set. You can do that.
Yeah, we do. I do quite a few a year where I'll do a whole dinnerware set, and we can match depending on needs. Like, well, I want a 4-piece plate setting where we do a large plate, small plate, bowl, and a mug to match. Or I've done up to like, I've done quite a few restaurant sets. So then it's like several hundred where we really work with the restaurant. We get this exact kind of design and aesthetic for their space. But I do that with people too. So it works out really well from all the way to 4-piece to kind of sky's the limit.
So how do you, without giving away any super secret trade secrets, how do you do it's not glaze. How do you get either lettering or artwork on the ceramic? How did that looks hard. That's the hard part, I think.
Yeah, it is. And it took me a really long time. And so, and that again, I can really play around with 3 or 4 different processes. And so I do, it's called an on-go where we brush those on. But then maybe 4 years ago, I found a company out of Colorado, and they create these printers that actually print ceramic pigment. So especially for like the Dolly or Willie mugs, like that process was originally for like placards for a grave. Like a headstone where it's UV resistant and it'll stay forever. So then I can physically design these things, print them, And then it turns into a water slide decal where you fire it again and it seals into the top layer of the glaze. And it's like I can really play around with imagery and design, and it's pretty slick. So I try to utilize as many processes as I can to get my imagery on there.
Yeah, the imagery really makes it. I mean, obviously the actual ceramics, the actual pottery, the wheel, all that. You could probably do that in your sleep, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, we crank through it. So yeah, if I can have a good day of throwing, it's like well, the trick is it's like, I can throw a lot in a day. Let's say if I'm really cruising, I could make 150 pieces in a day.
Dang.
But then those things have to dry.
Yeah.
So before I can put a handle on it, it takes two days of drying. And then it takes another 2 days of drying to get that all the way dry. Because if you put it in the kiln too early, the water tries to get out, turns to steam, and explodes. So just poof. So that takes a few days, and then you fire it once, then you apply your glazes. That takes another day or two, and then depending on the complexity of the design, some of them take several. And then you fire that again, and if I'm doing those decals, that's another firing on top, which takes another day. So really, it's about 2 weeks per piece. Even though I can do them fast, that the whole process is pretty consuming.
All right, you folks in Buffalo, Story, Ranchester, Dayton, Sheridan, if you're in the area, you can visit the brick and mortar. Stephen Mullins is out of the garage and into a space. Where are you? Right there on the main drag, Sheridan?
Yeah, I'm right on Main Street. So it's been incredible to be right. Yeah, like I'm looking right out on Main Street right now. So it's pretty cool.
Dude, that is so cool. And of course, then the online. And I really appreciate the fact that the online presence, it's important in this day and age. Many of your customers are going to come from outside of Sheridan, outside of Wyoming, maybe outside of the country, and look to shop. You don't do the Amazon, Etsy. You own your e-commerce site and you take ownership of it. It's cool. It's all yours. And it's really slick. The online site is really good.
Yeah, I got a little bit of advice right when I started. Like, hey, you really don't want to get on those other sites because you'll be building their brand. You really want to build your business the way you want to. And so, I mean, just this week, we've probably shipped to over 20 states and out of the country. And so it's like having the ability to see where it's going and reach those people. It's pretty awesome. It's cool.
Well, the reviews don't lie. Mother's Day gift. She loves it. This mug looks fantastic. I'm using my 9 to 5 Dolly Parton mug, which I did. That's got to be a hot seller. That looks so cool.
Yeah, those are fun. Yeah, I can really say, those are cool.
That's neat. There's something in there for everybody. What you would expect to find, certainly the mugs, the plates. What else? I mean, what are all the products? Am I missing something?
Oh, yeah. So I'll go anywhere from, I really got into soap dishes, spoon holders. Mugs are, a big, probably our best seller, but we do bowls. I can do these really large serving bowls, and we do this rainbow trout and brown trout and West Slope cutthroat trout pattern. And so on a really large serving bowls, those are pretty slick. Big bases and kind of, the whole gamut to fill a house.
Yeah, and the look, the style, the artwork, some things very uniquely Wyoming you would expect to see from, trout to steam, but, the buck and horse theme, that kind of thing. And then some, just pop culture type of stuff that maybe doesn't say Wyoming, and then just out of the box thinking like, whoa, crazy, unique, one-of-a-kind items. Go see Stephen Mullins, see him online, Red Bison, or see him live. Right there in Sheridan. Red Bison Studio, not studios. RedBisonStudio.com. Find the online presence of Stephen Mullins, who's joining us on what is shaping up to be like Art Day, because we have Chris Navarro on right after you. So it's just one great creator after another, man.
That's great. Yeah,
I'm going to visit you. The wife and I are going to make a permanent move to Buffalo. We have it. It's in the plans. So we'll be right down the road. The next time I'm in the area, which may be December, actually, coming up. We're driving back from Minnesota on after Christmas. So I might stop in if you're around. I love Sheridan. Great town.
Yeah, it's a great town. Yeah, come in for sure.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
I'm going to see what you're doing live. I'll watch you do the wheel.
Yeah, I'll make some pots for sure.
All right. Hey, man, thank you. Thanks for coming on.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet. Stephen Mullins, visit him online, redbisonstudio.com or downtown Sheridan. You'll likely see him at the wheel throwing clay and shoving it in any one of his different kilns. It depends, we found out. I didn't know that. Let's take a break. We'll come right back with Chris Navarro
in Wyoming. You want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday, and what is a Artisan Thursday, I guess we'll call it. Chris Navarro joins us. Chris, similar to another Chris Ledoux parlayed a rodeo career into art. Chris Ledoux parlayed his rodeo career into music, so these Chris's share that. And I don't think either one of those guys thought they would end up where they ended up. I mean, Chris Navarro was not born an artist. He proves great artists are not born, they're cast and patinaed. Chris Navarro, thanks for being on the show, man.
Hey, well, thanks for having me.
You bet. I want to talk about the latest work, all your work. Famed Casper bronze sculptor Chris Navarro. He's on the show right now. Tell me, for those who have not heard the story on how you got into being a sculptor. It's a fascinating story because not many of us pursue something in life this way. The whole idea that you started out in rodeo, which is another thing that you probably didn't see. You know, you saw rodeo in Madrid, Spain as a teenager, and you didn't think, oh, I love this, I want to go to more. You thought, I want to do this. Same thing with a piece of art you saw that inspired you. You're like, I want to buy this. You found out what it costs, and you're like, I want to do this. You see stuff and you want to do it.
Well, I think that's how most people get started in anything, really. I mean, you see something that resonates with you and you want to pursue it. And that's the first thing I did when I saw these guys riding bulls and broncs. I thought, that seems like something I'd really like to try. And I started trying it. It's the same thing with art. You know, I saw some beautiful art. It was made by Harry Jackson. It was a beautiful bronze. I was 23 years old at the time. I'd never done any sculpting, really. And I saw that sculpture. It was called Two Champs. And I used to ride bucking horses, and I thought, man, that's the most beautiful thing I ever saw. And I asked the guy, I go, how much is that sculpture? He says, it's $35,000. This is back in 1979.
Yeah.
That was a lot of money. Still a lot of money.
Yeah.
Anyways, I said, well, I can't afford one, but maybe I go make one. And that's when I went down to Godek's store on 2nd Street and talked to John Godek, and he sold me the supplies and went to the library and got all the books I could on sculpting. And I was pretty naive, and I just started doing it.
Chris, not everybody does that. Like sees a piece of art and says, that is beautiful. I want to buy it. I can't. I'll make it. And it's seriously, the very next day you went down and said, what do I need to make a statue of sculpt?
Well, it lit a spark in me. And so, you know, I've always been kind of like a believer in following my intuitions. I've tried to follow my intuitions all through my life, and sometimes it's been good, sometimes it hasn't been so good, you know, but you got to go with what you believe in. And I wanted to do something I really had a passion and love for. I mean, I started riding rodeo, rough stock, because it was something I had a passion about. It wasn't about making money, and same thing with art. I mean, in fact, you couldn't pick two worse professions than to get a steady paycheck than rodeo and art. I mean, those are a lot of people like to do them, but, you know, I mean, there's a lot of passion they have to do them, but a lot of the time there's not that financial reward in it, you know, and I didn't get into either one of those thinking like, gee, I can make a lot of money doing this, because, you know, most artists and most rodeo people, cowboys, don't make a lot of money at this. It's more about following your passion and believing in yourself and trying to not overthink things too much and just get your hands into it.
And Chris Navarro, by the way, you see what he's become now. We'll talk about how many pieces, where you see them. I mean, if you live in Cheyenne, you've seen them, certainly. Let's talk about that very first piece, though. You were not deterred. That first piece that you went and had, what do they call it when you go to a foundry? Is they call it, you have to get it fired? What is it?
Cast. You get them cast.
Cast. That first piece, Spinning and Winning, which modeled after loosely the Jackson piece that so inspired Chris Navarro.
Well, mine was a bull rider.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I had a passion about. I mean, bull riding was my favorite event. I mean, and I had a knowledge of the sport, you know, and I think it lends itself to credibility if you've actually done the sport, you know, and I think it gives it an authenticity that a lot of people that sculpt bull riders that didn't ride bulls, you can kind of look at their sculptures and say, hey, this guy doesn't know that much about bull riding. Or you'll see a guy's piece and it'll say, this guy knows a lot about riding broncs and bulls. You know, I mean, you can see artwork that guys that have actually, in fact, there's you know, I got into doing art sculpture of rodeo pieces at the very beginning because that's what I had a passion about. And then I didn't find out that, you know, art rodeo as a genre is not really a great selling sculptures to have in galleries, you know, because a lot of the people that really rodeo really can't afford the artwork mostly. So I didn't know that. And you know, it really didn't matter anyways. I mean, I just wanted to sculpt something I had a passion about. And that was a subject matter that lend itself to it.
Yeah, well, that is something I picked up on, and I'm sure a lot of people will, is the authenticity, the attention to detail that you probably saw in that Jackson piece. Same for the, you know, if you look at Spinning and Winning, you look at any of those rodeo pieces, it's you know, even just the cowboy. Like I look at I don't know, I want to share this, the Riding for the Brand, It looks like, I see these and I'm like, that's what a cowboy's outfit looks like. That's what the rope, the saddle horn, that's what that's how I hold the reins. Like, you really get it right in all these pieces.
Well, you know, I've been a horseman most of my life. I've had horses since I was a young kid, and that's what got me into rodeo to begin with. I got my first horse when I was 12. Didn't even get a saddle for a year. So I rode bareback everywhere, which is really great training. I didn't know that at the time, but for riding rough stock, riding horses bareback is probably one of the best training things you can do. So I just did it, I was a young kid. I was having fun, jump on a horse bareback and just go tearing off on him, and kind of rode him everywhere. It was kind of my bicycle, so I grew up in a military family. So, we don't have any kind of cowboy ranching background. We grew up on military bases and stationed all over the country and in Europe. Like, that's where I graduated high school, was in Europe. And they had a military rodeo circuit over there. And that's when I started keeping my horse at the stables, and these guys were rodeoing out there, and that's how I got introduced into it. So, my first love was horses, and I think the more you're around horses, you get that subliminal message in design, and you get that feel for it. And I think horses have played a big part in my life, and I love sculpting horses. In fact, I just finished a big monument with a steamboat for the University of Wyoming. I did my second one of it's called A Deep Seat in a Long Reign. And it was just dedicated back in just a month ago.
I want to talk about that in a second. First, I'm showing online, for those online folks, I'm showing one of your pieces. I'm trying to see which one it is. Always finish what you start. It's the one where a cowboy, he's turning around looking at something behind him, and it's exactly like what would really, really, really happen. The cowboy would often put a hand on the horse's butt. The horse feels you turning in the saddle, so the horse in turn is turning to look and say, what is he looking at? It is just so perfectly authentic. It's real.
Well, that's the cowboy code. That was a piece that, I believe in a lot of the cowboy codes, ride for the brand, keep your word, always finish what you start. It's got all these sayings, and I put them inside the bronze. In fact, Mick McMurray was a good friend of mine. When he passed away, I kind of made he was really proud of his brand that he designed, and I put that on there, and I give one of those bronzes away, every year for the past 10 years at the Boys and Girls big breakfast they have every year. And, I always wanted to kind of say thanks, because, you need people to help you out when you start your career. You can't, if you don't have people collecting your art, it's hard to keep making more and more art, especially with bronzes. In fact, I didn't know how expensive bronze casting was until I got involved in it. And I think as future goes on, there'll probably be less and less younger artists are joining the genre, because it's so expensive to cast artwork. It cost me I was working in the oil field, and it cost me a whole month's wages to cast my first sculpture,
that very first piece, Spinning and Winning, cost $1,000 to cast at a foundry that Chris still uses today, and he won $15 for the piece. So the math wasn't mathing early on, but he kept with it, man, and now he is the famed Casper bronze sculptor, Chris Navarro. Career began really full-time in the 1980s, 86. Is that about when you...
March 13th, 1986, I celebrate that day. That's the day I quit my job. I was working at Tuboscope. I was a pipe inspector. I was working on oil rigs, inspecting drill pipe. it was a good way to make a living, but it wasn't my dream job. You work in the oil field, you wear a hard hat and steel toes, you get dirty all day long. So, it gave me a good start, and I appreciated the job I had there, but it really wasn't my dream job. if they weren't giving me a paycheck, I wasn't going to come to work, and I wanted to do something I would work for and do for nothing, and I started sculpting, 7 years before I actually started doing it full time. I'd sculpt at night and on the weekends, whenever I could, and I just started to develop it. And like you say, you get into things, but you got to remember, every expert in whatever field is always a beginner sometime.
Yeah.
And so you got to start somewhere. And the time's going to pass anyway, so you might as well start doing. I'd rather be a failure at something I love than a success at something I hated, So that's how I kind of got into art. And I feel so blessed and fortunate. I've been doing this full time for 40 years now. And I'm going to be 70 next month. And I'm kind of on the backside of my life and career, but I'm working as hard as I've ever worked. And I still have a love and passion for what I'm doing. And I continue to, I'm working as hard as I ever have. And I've got a lot more monuments coming my way because, I've developed a reputation and a career now, and people are seeking you. But when you first start out, nobody's seeking you.
Yeah.
So you have to go out there and kind of really, beat the bushes. And, I know every facet of becoming a professional artist. And it's, you always think, like, if I can just get in this gallery, if I can just get in this art show, it'll make my career. That's not true. Your career is made over a lifetime. And what's kind of frustrating is I'm starting to lose my physicality because I'm getting older. It's harder to do, scaffoldings and working on ladders and doing that. But the thing of it is, my mind, it seems like I'm really getting towards the peak of my artistic abilities. And the thing is, that's one thing about being a sculptor, and you get to use your hands all the time when you're making work. And that's the thing I'm kind of missing some of my physicality because my hands are starting to cramp all the time now when I work and things like that. But I still got a lot more monuments left in me.
Yeah. So, do you find yourself doing less of the big pieces, more of the smaller ones, or not necessarily?
No, in fact, I did more monuments this year than I've ever done. I'm just, there's ways of kind of like getting your monuments out there. I've done so many now. I've done over 40 public different pieces, and now I'm doing another one. And now I'm trying to build these obsolete wind turbine blade sculptures that are abstract pieces that I saw them burying those blades. And in fact, we just kind of put up our first one, which is the Wall of Renewal, which is at the, in fact, I just posted it on Facebook. Nobody's known about it. So you just put it up a couple weeks ago, and it's a different venue for me, but we're going to try to paint a big mural on it this summer. That's kind of the plan. So, painting, drawing, sculpting, it all lends itself. And, you kind of wear a lot of hats when you're an artist. So I'm always looking for new challenges. And this is a big challenge, really.
We're talking to Casper bronze sculptor, famed Chris Navarro. If you're watching on YouTube, X, Facebook, or wherever we have the visual, I'm now sharing the latest piece that I do want to talk about. It looks a lot like Steamboat, that famed piece, A Deep Seat in a Long Rain, Western bronze sculptor by Chris Navarro. It is modeled after and in conjunction with UW and acknowledging that piece, Steamboat, which, by the way, the original artist was paid like $75 for. Back in the day. Who was the original? That was Alan True, yeah?
Yeah, Alan Tupper True. He was a commercial artist out of Denver, and he's related to the famous True family in Casper,
Yeah.
So he was a really good, he did a lot of big mural paintings. He's got some at the state capitol in Denver and in Cheyenne. Really good artist. He studied with N.C. Wyeth. Him and them have a kind of a similar style. Really, really fine artist. Yeah, he got commissioned to do the license plate. I think it first aired in 1936, and it's been the longest running logo license plates in the United States, or anywhere really. So, everybody knows our license plates with that Wyoming bucking horse on it. I think it's a great symbol, and I think it was voted one of the top college logos in the United States also. So everybody from Wyoming, loves the Steamboat, and the commission was to make my sculpture look as much like the logo as possible, and that's when I came up with A Deep Seat in a Long Rain.
Yeah, it does very much conjure images of Steamboat and whoever is riding. We talked to Candy Moulton about who may be the rider, but Steamboat the horse and the bucking horse, iconic symbol of Wyoming. Chris Navarro, I just had maybe one other thing, like how your inspiration, you see other works or you see photos, you see painting, you see things and you say, I'm going to sculpt that. Do you ever dream anything out of your head that you've never seen? Like, I'm just going to invent this.
It happened to me when I did a piece in Casper. It's called the Ring of Peace, and it's about Matthew Shepard was just lost his life, and it was all through the news. And I was delivering a monument down to Texas. I was going to Houston, and I was coming back, and Matthew Shepard's mother called me, and she talked about it, left a message about leaving a memorial for her son. Well, I went to sleep that night, and this sculpture came to me in a dream, and I had a sketchbook next to me, and I got up and I drove the sculpture. And it's a long 2 columns with 9 doves and a bell that's ringing. It was I'd never done anything even similar to that. So. Yeah. But when I woke up the next morning, I saw my drawing there, and I said, "Wow, that came from somewhere. Better not ignore that one." So, so I built the Ring of Peace, and that's kind kind of how that sculpture came about. But it's nice when they come to you in a dream. In fact, I've been having a few dreams on some other things too, sculptures coming in. And that's why I always try to either write or keep a notebook or have my phone by there. And like something comes to me, I put it down because I forget a lot of things too. So
yeah. Sketch that down. You wake up in the morning, you're like, wow, that was genius. What a great productive sleep.
That piece came to me in a dream, and it's nice when they can do that. But a lot of times, you just sit there and you start thinking about things, and then I always like to have kind of a story. I think great art tells a story, and the better the story, it seems like the better the art. You want to get the anatomy and the composition and all that as correct as you can be, but the underlying story, what you're trying to express, what you're trying to tell, that's the essence of art.
Yeah, Chris Navarro's humble beginnings from a rodeo career, which you're never going to do that too long, to pipe inspector long enough to know this is not where I'm headed in life, to now one of Wyoming's most famous artists, certainly. Splitting his time between Casper and Sedona, it's Chris Navarro. Chris, thank you.
Well, thanks for having me on. It's been a pleasure. I love being a Wyoming artist, and I do come down here. I still rodeo. I still been doing some team roping, so I got my horses getting ready to go down to Wickenburg here in a few more weeks because Wickenburg, Arizona is the place to go in the winter if you want to go rope.
Oh, yeah, it's Wyoming South. Like everybody from Wyoming is down there. Yeah.
It's amazing how many Wyoming cowboys are down here roping in the wintertime. I remember I parked at a roping and there were 7 trucks in a row and they all had Wyoming plates on them. I said, Arizona's the place to be if you want to go roping in the wintertime.
You'll be in good company for sure. Hey, thanks for blessing us with all your art, man. Appreciate it. Keep it up. Keep going.
Well, thanks for having me on. You have a great day.
You bet. You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got to bust out of here for news. That's Chris Navarro on an Artisan Thursday in the Cowboy State Daily Show. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The former Bar None fire chief on Wednesday received a suspended 3 to 5 years in prison and 3 years of supervised probation for stealing from the 2024 MDA Fill the Boot Fund Drive. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that 57-year-old Robert Hoover was repentant in court.
There were members of the Bar None Fire Department in the courtroom, and one of the things that came out was both the defense attorney and the prosecutor, and maybe the judge as well, they all said that as soon as the restitution was provided, it was going to be going to MDA to make up for the funds that were stolen back in 2024. He apologized to the court. The judge went along with a plea agreement, so that plea agreement says that he got 3 to 5 years in prison. That was suspended, and now he's on 3 years of supervised probation that requires him to obey every law.
Hoover was ordered to pay $500 in fines on a misdemeanor charge of official misconduct and $10,812.03 in restitution. A Big Piney man pleaded guilty Wednesday to killing another man with a bow and arrow in February. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Rowan Litauer's prison sentence is now up to the judge.
What they do is they order what's called a PSI, a pre-sentence investigation report, which one judge loves to describe as a book report on your life. It goes into your childhood, your criminal history, you're thinking about this crime, all of that. And the judge likes to review that before she sentences you, because then she feels at least like she knows who you are. And so they'll review that, and they'll also just consider the case. And then when they get to sentencing and they have all that ammunition in the chamber, then that's usually when they decide whether they're going to extend the plea agreement.
Litauer could face between 75 years and life in prison if District Court Judge Kate McKay accepts his plea agreement. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at caspermedicalimaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 horses that went missing north of Moran in late October still have not been found despite aerial searches. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that an outfitter is also missing horses in the same area, and the parties have joined forces.
I also spoke to a horse expert, backcountry horseman. She told me that it's possible that what can happen is this fascinating adaptation by horses that will glom on to a elk herd or bison even and follow them and forage along with them. It's happened.
Ron Ostrom, one of the horse owners, tells Cowboy State Daily that his horses left camp during a late-season outing in the mountains. The outfitter has 2 or 3 horses missing on the Cody side, which would bring the total number of lost animals in the general area to as many as 5. Tuesday's windstorm knocked over a massive tree behind the Broadway Theater in downtown Rock Springs. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that even though the tree went through the roof, the Christmas shows will still go on.
Damage to the building has been assessed, and it's been deemed to be minor. It's just it brought the house down in the sense that it went through the roof, but there was little to no structural damage that couldn't be easily repaired. So there are several performances in the Broadway Theater over the next few weeks, and none of those performances are going to be canceled or inhibited in any way. So the way I put it, a theater critic would say that it was an ambitious effort, but overall it was an overblown and wooden performance by the tree. It tried to bring the house down, but it failed to achieve that goal.
Chad Banks, manager of the Rock Springs Urban Renewal Agency, tells Cowboy State Daily that the tree couldn't have fallen in a better spot. Fortunately, that was on the sidewalk and alley adjacent to the Broadway Theater, missing most of the building. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Renee Jean is here. Renee, question of the day. Die Hard, Christmas movie or no?
I guess it just depends on what you like watching. I mean, Christmas is the time you can watch any movie, but is it a quote Christmas movie like Home Alone or, I mean, you know, where there are actual Christmas things happening? I don't know about that.
We're going to put you in the not so sure camp. So we're tied 2 for 2. We had 2 that say yes, Christmas movie. It's one of those you got to watch like the Griswold, or something like that. Or
I mean, you're not going to see Santa Claus in that movie, right?
Well, not this conventional Santa Claus, no.
I mean, when I think of Christmas movie, I think about,
yes,
Home Alone, because the parents went on vacation and forgot the kid on Christmas Eve or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
But it is a funny movie. And it's got Christmas presents and Christmas ornaments. I mean, there's some Christmas feature in it.
Totally.
Christmas movie. But as far as whether you can watch it on Christmas, heck yeah. If you like the movie, watch it on Christmas. Why not?
I'm putting you in the no, though, just to tie us at 2. We're going to ask Abby in the next segment coming up after Renee. Ask Abby.
Well, that will be definitive.
That will be the tiebreaker, totally. And we also have Die Hard trivia about the movie for Abby.
Boy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for Renee Jean, we want to talk about her story. Hoskinson, the cryptocurrency billionaire, Charles Hoskinson, who looks a little bit like Brad, Cowboy State Daily's Brad, the IT guy. Don't you think?
All IT guys look alike.
Brad Erickson. I mean, Brad and Charles Hoskinson Erickson, they look very similar to me.
I know. Gonna have to see him side by side now.
Yeah. He took some exception to the governor saying this was a big layoff. This is just seasonal stuff because winter, or they were done with the job. What's happening here?
Well, so I think it could be a combination of some things here, Jake. For one, they are done building phase 2 of the clinic. They're probably not going to start phase 3 for a couple of years. I think there were some initial thoughts that the Hoskinsons had that maybe there were enough construction projects. They could just keep that company going while they were waiting. But evidently that didn't pan out for whatever reason. And so, work kind of dried up for the crew. So Charles said, people should have known. He's certain that it wasn't a surprise to anybody at the company that, a drawdown was going to occur. He, gave them 2 months severance, which will take them through January 31st. So he feels like, that he took care of the employees, that it shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody. Winter's coming. There's not work for these guys. You can't just have a bunch of guys sitting around doing nothing for a year, 2 years. He feels like that should be pretty obvious. They did reach out to the state's Wyoming Workforce Services to let them know of the layoff. So he felt offended by the attempt to contact them quickly when he's already reached out to contact them. And he also was really irked by the comparison, saying that, this is among the most significant layoffs in Wyoming history. He feels like there have been much larger, much more significant layoffs, like Peabody laying off 500 people, Black Jewel laying off 700 people. Those were in the mining industries. While this is construction, and he feels like when the project's completed, you kind of expect the construction workers to go back home. So his question was, when we finish building data centers in Cheyenne, when we finish building the nuclear plant in Kemmer, are we going to get another notice about construction workers being laid off in Wyoming?
Yeah. We're talking about the story that Renee Jean wrote. You're reading it today in the Cowboy State Daily. Cryptocurrency billionaire Charles Hoskinson, who is the guy behind the construction of the 75,000 square foot health clinic in Gillette. The incident of laying off these employees, 2 months severance, pretty nice. Hoskinson says, look, we were done with that phase. It's coming winter. This is natural process of the construction business. The governor's office painted it more of, here's Christmas and one of the largest layoffs in the state history, 136 people. So somewhere in the middle is the truth of it, as often is the case. Renee, good story. How about we might have a positive, the Outlaw Saloon closing. That was kind of a downer, but maybe something good will rise from the ashes, like a super YMCA.
Yeah, the Maury and Bonnie Brown Foundation have purchased the Outlaw Saloon. The Maury was a big supporter of the YMCA, and the family did try to help that center before it closed. But I was told by Peaches Tyrell, who is the president of the new board that's been set up to kind of oversee this new project for the foundation, that, the YMCA just needed millions of dollars. And then at the end of all that, you are still stuck in a landlocked spot where you can't really expand. It's an older building. And so, they just kind of reached a point where they felt like it wasn't worth sinking millions of dollars into something that could never really match the vision that they had in mind. This, on the other hand, they own property adjacent to the outlaw. This should give them the space to open something really cool. Peaches called it a YMCA on steroids. It's going to have, aquatic center, an indoor walking track, which Cheyenne does not have an indoor walking track. They do not have a community rec center. Voters have shot down measures that would have built one three times now. I think it's interesting that a city the size of Cheyenne, the capital of the state, doesn't have a community rec center. We have tiny little Bags. Wyoming has a community rec center that's really very nice one. There are other tiny communities in Wyoming that have managed to build rec centers. And so I think it's interesting that Cheyenne does not have one, but they will soon, thanks to a private foundation.
It is surprising the state capital, Cheyenne, does not have a rec center like this, a big, robust place where the community go. Even more importantly, one that is private funded, not taxpayer funded. So, that's a great job. I'm so excited. Peaches is going to join the show next week, Monday. We'll learn more and more about that. I'm excited for it. Best case scenario, best case outcome for the Outlaw Saloon closing. They were in bankruptcy, owed a whole bunch of money. So at least we make some good out of bad.
So here's something to know about Peaches.
Yeah, what?
You may already know it, but she is a character in one of C.J. Box's books.
Wait a minute. I've read them all.
Her name is in Battle Mountain.
Okay. I cannot remember. So she's a real life person ending up in a fictional C.J. Box. Yeah, which happens. We know. Sometimes you pay for that, auction it off. Sometimes you just, C.J. puts you in there. I didn't know that, Renee. That's good to know.
Yeah. So that gives you a talking point. Next
Totally. Week. It's the Battle Mountain one she's in? Battle Mountain. Okay. Wow, Renee. You know everything.
I don't know everything. I just happen to know that. I recognized her name when she called me up out of the blue. I'm going to talk to you about the Murray Brown Foundation.
Yeah, my name is Peaches. There's not everybody is Peaches.
And I'm like, you're in C.J. Box's book.
You nailed right off. You said that. I'm going to do this. I'll pretend I'm surprised too. When she tells me Monday, she's say, I'm Peaches. I'm like, good. Thanks, Renee.
Don't forget to send me that contact information.
Oh, the chef.
I'm waiting.
I'm so sorry. I will. I'm going to make a note. You've got to talk to the chef. Okay. Thank you. Have a great weekend. That's Renee Jean on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Oh, the things we learned. Her story's really interesting today. The governor's calling it a massive layoff. The guy behind the construction is saying, hey, it's just a regular course of business. That was a big story for Renee. Hoskinson versus governor's office and the Cheyenne Foundation purchases the Outlaw Saloon just a day after we learned it closed its doors. It's going to become a community center in Cheyenne. That's super good news as well. Let's take a break. We'll get Ask Abby in here, and we will ask her all about Die Hard, the movie.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It is the Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday. Thanks for spending your time with us. The high school basketball preseason polls are out now, YO Preps. I was surprised to see some of the rankings in basketball. We'll be talking about basketball as this season gears up here in the coming weeks. We also should do the rodeo roadshow. In fact, let's do that right now real fast before Abby comes on. Western Ag Network Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. A lot of money being doled out in the City of Lights. The Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. That's where we are on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Today, another check at the Top Gun Award winners, who has won the most money in a single event at the Wrangler NFR for some bonus prizes. We'll do that when we come back.
Your herd needs protein. When the seasons shift, so do your herd's protein needs.
Go to GogglerAngus.com for more. The Goggler Angus Annual Production Sale with Ray Gardner, 1 o'clock, Saturday, December 13th at the ranch at Judith Gap.
The Top Gun, as they call it, is the biggest money earner in a single event at the National Finals Rodeo. In a single event is the key there. Wacy Shala in the bareback riding has won just over $150,000. He's in the bull riding as well. And as you probably know if you follow the Wrangler NFR, he and Stetson Wright are battling it out for the top all-around spot. Rodeo's most coveted gold buckle, that all-around. And Stetson Wright has won $149,000 in the bull riding event. He's also won $118,000 in the saddle bronc riding event. He's won a total of $271,000 and some change on this trip, and it's not over yet. The average hasn't been paid out, just go-round cash so far. Ty Erickson is in third for the Top Gun at about $140,000, so a lot of money, and we are keeping an eye out on everything that is Vegas and everything that is National Finals Rodeo. Rocker Steiner's in there, Cassie Mowry, the barrel racer, and more. So we'll keep an eye on all of that for you from Vegas. I'm Will Rasmussen for the Rodeo Roadshow and the Western Ag Network.
Thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Road Report. Round 7 last night, NFR. We gave you some of those results. Boy, only 2 bull riders made it to the whistle. The bulls won last night. It's time for Ask Gabby. She's got her thinking glasses on. Heads up to our radio affiliates. You can expect long stretches of silence and what appears to be dead air, as they say in the business. That's just Abby thinking. And if you could smell the smoke, you would know that. I might play Jeopardy behind that, just so it's not Abby looking up and thinking. Today's trivia is on Die Hard the movie, Abby. Come on, you are a Die Hard fan.
Why don't you pick a movie I've seen, like Home Alone or
Home Alone?
I don't know. I've never even watched Die Hard.
Oh boy, this is going to be funner than I thought.
Or quieter than you thought.
All right, just from you not seeing Die Hard, that's wrong.
Yes, thank you.
Greatest movie of all times. What year did Die Hard come out? We'll start easy.
Easy would be who stars in Die Hard. I can answer that one.
Who's the star?
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis. Yes. What year?
I want to say it was the 90s. It was not in the 90s.
Keep going backwards.
It was an 80s movie?
Yeah, late 80s.
All right, 87.
Actually, the trailer was out in 87. It told you, be ready next summer for this action movie. 1988, top 10 movie in 1988. It was number 1 for 6 straight weeks at the box office until this movie knocked it out of the top spot.
In 89.
So what movie?
I was 4 years old.
Everybody was going to see Die Hard until this movie came along and knocked it out of the top spot.
Who was in it?
She's in a movie now, actually, that looks good. I'll tell you who it is. She's in a movie now that looks really good. Jamie Lee Curtis was the star.
Would it have been a Halloween movie?
Nope. Big movie in 1988.
With Jamie Lee Curtis.
With Jamie Lee Curtis.
I only associate her with Halloween and then she did like a Freaky Friday movie.
The slasher movies, right.
Slasher movies.
Yeah. No, she's with John Cleese in this one, Kevin Kline. It's a off the wall comedy. It's kind of offbeat. 90s.
I don't know. Jake, I was 4.
A Fish Called Wanda.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So, the original name planned for Bruce Willis's character was John Ford. They ended up changing that to what we know him as now. Who did Bruce Willis play?
I don't know.
You have really not seen the movie.
No.
Well, this is going to be very hard for you.
I know. This is I've seen trailers and memes on the internet.
Yeah.
I know there's he's in the ductwork of somewhere.
That's a popular one. Yes.
That's like all I don't even know the premise of the movie. I don't know why we are dying hard. I don't know why.
Wow. Well, see,
I know there's a sequel.
Yeah, there's a
Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Yes.
I know it was the last movie where Bruce Willis really had any hair.
Yeah.
And he wore a white shirt.
Die Hard again was one of that did the poorest of the franchise at the box office. By the way, Die Hard gets a 94 score in Rotten Tomatoes, 94% approval rating from critics and moviegoers.
Maybe I'm going to have to watch it today.
Yeah, it revitalized the action movie genre, which was kind of dead at the time. 20th Century Fox cast Bruce Willis at the time, where people remember Bruce Willis was not in a movie. He was coming out of that TV series with what's her face? Still, this dates you, right? You don't know.
No, I was watching Care Bears.
Oh my goodness. Bruce Willis he had no film career yet, and he certainly would not be known as an action hero. In fact, who did they originally want for the part of John McClane? What actor?
Give me a movie this actor was previously in.
Total action hero.
From the 80s.
I'll be back.
Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, Schwarzenegger couldn't do it because he was starring in a little thing called Twins, where he appears with that little midget, Don DeVito, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have seen Twins.
Okay. What? You're not going to know any of these.
Maybe I'll guess good.
Who is John McClane's estranged wife? What was her name? Never mind who played her. You will know. What was his wife's name in the movie?
Mrs. McClane.
Correct. Holly is. But you cheated. But I admire the ingenuity.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, the most famous quote from the movie. If you were going to hear somebody quote one line from the movie, what is it? And keep it PG, by the way.
What's it start with?
Oh my God. Well, I'll give you a hint. They took it from Roy Rogers TV show, the cowboy Roy Rogers. He made this line famous. He used to say it in every show. John McClane in the movie is a big Western cowboy fan, fancies himself a modern day cowboy. So he recreated the line with one change.
And I don't think I can say it because it's something, and it's a potty word.
Yeah. I'll get
adios.
I'll get ready. No, it was something mother.
Yeah, I can't say that.
I know. No, it was
not. It's coming to me.
Okay. What do cowboys say?
They say giddy up.
Yeah.
They say yippee-ki-yay.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I knew it was coming.
Roy Rogers would always say yippee-ki-yay, kids, and John McClane just altered that somewhat.
Yes, and made it offensive.
The movie purports to take place at a fictional Nakatomi Plaza. It was actually filmed in what plaza? Famous in Los Angeles.
A famous plaza in Los Angeles?
Yeah, real life plaza.
I'm just crushing this because it's
going to be really
I don't
hard.
know.
Fox
I don't
Plaza. The Fox
Plaza.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What? Oh, man.
Talk about just letting you down today.
I know.
Yeesh.
And the big question for you today was going to be, you would have to break the tie, because I've asked everybody who's been on the show today whether Die Hard is considered a Christmas movie or not.
Yeah, and that is TBD. To be determined.
First,
on my
you
end.
gotta
You know what?
see
We could have done trivia today on Cheyenne Frontier Days. Ticket sales for concerts went on sale today at 9:00.
Oh,
You could ask me all kinds of trivia about Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Well, I could ask you about the lineup. We could talk about that, actually.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Yeah, the lineup. I tried to get in and get tickets to Zach Top, and I was not successful.
Are you serious? Zach Top, July 25th. That's the show you dreamed up.
Yeah.
Joe D. Messina.
Jody Messina. Yeah.
That's
so I'll have to figure that out. But
well, you shouldn't have to buy tickets to that. That was your idea. They should give you tickets.
yeah,
Right?
Can you just phone Cheyenne Frontier Days for me, Jake?
Yeah, I'm going to be on with Wilkie one of these days. Mike Wilkinson, who helped put this whole thing together. He's the Contract Acts chairman. I'll ax him. I'll say, Wilkie, that show was Abby's idea.
Yeah, Abby manifested it.
What else has interested you there? Red Clay Strays. I like them.
Yeah, I like Red Clay Strays. I like that Alex Warren. That's kind of a fun little change up. I mean, he's not country.
Right.
He's very I like him. He's got a great voice.
He needs to prove he's more than a one-hit wonder. His song Ordinary makes the top 10 list of songs over the 2025. Ordinary, huge song for Alex Warren. He's Saturday, July 18th.
Yeah.
Riley Green, up and come. Riley Green's big.
Yeah. I don't really know any of his songs, but he's popular because he's easy on the eyes, according to the algorithms, you know?
Yeah, stands 6'4". He's a big, tall guy. Riley Green, the duet with Ella Langley. You've heard that. You Look Like You Love Me. You've heard that. I know you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And then who's the other? There's one more. Now I'm blanking on who I wanted to see.
I know who it is.
Who is it?
Well, is it a group? Maybe Treaty Oak Ridge. Maybe not. You probably want to see Hardy. Are you a Hardy fan? I'm not. I can't decide on Hardy. I don't know.
I'm not anti-Hardy. I'm just not in like with Hardy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Me too.
You know who would have been really fun to have here, but is probably not. His price just like a huge lift to get. Morgan Wallen needs to make his way to Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Can you imagine what he costs though? Yeah, you're right.
I know, but he's just like the perfect person for Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Yeah.
I saw online he's in a Bible study with Theo Vaughn, like my most favorite comedian.
Oh. Morgan Wallen, if it would be one show for the entire CFD, because you'd have to pay him the whole deal. He would be big. He would be big. Red Clay Strays. And then, of course, the feature guy, Thursday, the 23rd, Blake Shelton. He's going to be coming back again for Cheyenne Frontier Days. Okay.
Blake Shelton.
Trace
would have been fun to have
Adkins.
Snoop Dogg would have been great at Frontier Days.
What?
Right? He needs to, before Snoop Dogg exits this world, he needs to be at front. He needs to make the daddy of them all.
What are you
He needs
smoking?
to add that to his bucket list.
He needs to be on the bill with Willie Nelson, and those two can share the pre-show RV.
Yeah.
And the smoke will be pouring out of that thing.
They'll have to leave it in Colorado where it's legal, and then they'll have to drive up from the border every day.
The green room will be in the Front Range, and then right over the border. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
That would be funny.
That'll be, Okay, last Die Hard question. You got to give me one I might know, right?
You're not. We started easy.
we-
They're only going to get
We
harder.
ran the gamut.
I mean, oh man. I mean, just little trivia stuff. The movie cost $30 million to make. It box office take was $140 million. So I don't know where you were living under a rock. You haven't seen Die Hard.
I was learning how to potty train or something.
No.
You know what I mean?
It's still on Netflix. I mean,
Golly, I know. How much does it cost to make a movie today? The average
it
movie.
costs today what that movie made is what it costs today. I made $140 million. That's what it costs to make one now. At the bottom line, how much was
That's
Bruce
wild.
Willis paid? Okay, here we go. Your
Okay.
last chance. The movie cost $30 million to make. A lot of special effects. All kinds of stuff blew up. How much did
He
they
was
pay?
paid. He was paid $7.5 million.
I mean, kind of right around. I mean, you're pretty close.
9.5.
No, let me give you the hint that remember, he was a nobody when he was cast. He had never.
So maybe 3.
Close. You're right
4.
in between. $5 million.
$5 million.
Yeah, that was his take for. In fact, many moviegoers gave it an A+ rating. Most people who saw the movie, but the only negative comment was they would laugh at the first few scenes because they just didn't see. They didn't see him as a hero, Bruce Willis. So people.
Well, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite movie hero?
Oh, in like action films?
Or just like in any film.
I like
Who's
that,
your favorite movie hero?
I like the other bald guy that's in who does karate.
Liam or not Liam Neeson.
Jason Segel. Segel?
No.
No.
Jason Statham.
Jason Statham. That's who I like. Yeah.
He is cool.
I like that
He
guy.
is cool.
Yeah.
He has good movies.
Yeah. So while Bruce Willis is still with us, I thought we'd do the Die Hard, but little did we know that Abby.
I know.
Oh. So
Really blew it.
go watch Die Hard and answer the question we all want to know. Is it a Christmas movie or not?
All right. I will watch it. It is my homework. I will take this mission seriously.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye. It's Ask Abby, Cowboy State Daily Show. Don't hold it against her that she has not seen Die Hard. I think it's probably a guy flick, but still, it's pretty famous. We'll be right back. I think Darius Ross is with us. We missed him earlier, but we'll get him now.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
All right, let's get back to it. Thursday version of Cowboy State Daily Show, joined by Darius Ross. The D-Man is the author of Mastering the TPS Blueprint. We'll tell you what TPS stands for in a moment, but this book will encourage you, teach you, train you how to transform trauma into triumph, how to not just survive, but thrive in any economy. And is there ever a good economy? It always seems to be a bad one. That's no reason to be fearful. This guy's made guest appearances on MSN, ABC, Fortune, Sirius XM, commodities trader, philanthropist, and someone who has walked the talk. He's a former homeless teen himself. He's gone from homeless to hero, zero to hero. He's going to help us out, our listeners, and we're going to get you tuned into the book. And we're going to start from the idea that so many of us now, a third of Americans spend more than 30% of their income on rent. I am more like the 50% category, Darius. I live in Jackson Hole, where the rent is through the roof, man. And what it does, it puts a strain on us all, Darius. You know that. We're just stuck in survival mode, just trying to make money for rent every month. We don't have to be there. Thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, Mr. Jake. I appreciate it.
So the book, if I wanted to start there, I know the book was written for everybody, whether you just got out of college or high school, whether you're maybe doing a career change, whatever your walk of life, the book is for all of us. Let's talk about Mastering the TPS Blueprint.
I actually go in to talk about, the book actually was 12,000 pages, believe it or not.
Wow.
And we had to turn around and bring it down to 120 pages from the publishing perspective. And what I did was I talked about all the experiences that I had in real estate deals and life and so forth, from women to child support. I talked about everything that common people are dealing with. So it was just talking about life and how things go wrong, how they go right. And then I talk about the formula. TPS is just that: timing, precision, and synchronicity. How life is just based upon those 3 things. You either get it right, or if you get it wrong, it's bad.
Yeah. It's the difference between, yes, thriving and just surviving could be as something as little as timing. Talk about seize the day, seize the moment, seize the time. So much about life and your decisions are going to be about the right timing. That's the T of the TPS.
I go in and talk about, I spent some time with Army Rangers, Special Forces, and Delta Force. And I watched how everything is synchronicity. If you're out of step, if you're looking at an enemy, if you're looking at a target, 1 millimeter off, 1 second off, one thing off, everything is wrong. And it could mean the difference between coming home and not coming home.
True enough. P is precision. Precision, you think about as like maybe accuracy, but this is accuracy plus, accuracy extra, accuracy plus consistency. What is precision to you, and why is it important?
For those in Wyoming that are hunters, I'm a hunter as well, so I'm up in Maine for most of the time. So the bottom line of it is, if you're figuring you're going to have dinner, if you miss the target, you shoot in front of it, you shoot behind it. Well, guess what? There's no meat tonight. Okay, so that can give the hunters an idea of what can happen and what can go wrong. So you have to be on point. So it's the same thing when I said I spent time with the Army military. If you're going after and you're looking at an assassin target, say, right? If you miss, then that means you're not coming home from that mission, because what the saying goes, disavow all knowledge. This is what happens. You come home, and you might not come home. You become a prisoner of war. So theoretically speaking, if you are not precise in what you're going after, and you don't have an idea, a goal and an agenda, and know exactly, you can't be a second later. You can't be a second too early. You have to be right on the mark.
Darius Ross is with us, author of Mastering the TPS Blueprint, Timing is T, Precision P, and Synchronicity. No, it is not the album by The Police. Synchronicity, as Carl Jung envisioned it. What is synchronicity?
It goes down to everything has to go almost, if you want to call it, just like fitting in like a clock on a clock. Everything has to turn exactly the way it's supposed to turn. Everything fits in. It's like you can't put a round peg in a square hole. So I'll make it even better. We'll go back to World War II, right? Rommel was told to Adolf Hitler, listen, I can't go in Northern Africa. He went in there. Guess what happened? Same thing with Siberia. The general was told to Hitler, listen, we can't go into Siberia. We're going to freeze. If it had not been for that one slight decision, we'd still be speaking German right now. 2 decisions that changed the entire outlook of the war, based upon being told in advance, but not listening.
I'm on the website. You continue to do so many things, Darius. You're a motivational speaker. You've done that stuff. You've authored. Are you still doing commodity stuff, trading every day?
Yeah, for my own account primarily.
Yeah.
Because the industry now, we're about to experience what I call a mega depression. Something we haven't seen since 1929. And I've said to people, and it's like, folks are like, well, when's going to happen? I'm like, trust me, it's going to happen. It's not if, it's how soon.
I feel that. Yeah, for sure. So let's go back to the folks just, working their butts off just to pay rent. It is tough. It creates chronic stress, eroding. It's hard to have a game plan and a vision for the future and be positive if all you're doing is spinning your wheels, just trying to hand over rent checks at the first of the month. What can we learn? How can we do better in this kind of tough economy? We'll start with the book. Get out there and click and buy the book. But what can you give us some tips right now?
The first thing is debt.
Yeah.
Do not be in debt as this thing is about to happen, because it's granted that you might want a nice luxury car, but curb that appetite. It's granted that you might want to turn around and have the boat and you want to do certain things, especially out west. Curb those things right now, because when this thing hits, this economic depression will last probably for a decade, and people will feel the impact for at least a decade. So we're figuring from 1929 until 1938. Here will be 2026 through probably 2035 or so.
I'm afraid. I get that feeling too. I see things, I read things that certainly indicate that's where we're headed. That's scary stuff. I want to find the book. Where can we get people? I'm on DariusWrites.com, but where do we find the book? Where can we order the book?
You can order from Barnes and Nobles. You can order from Amazon. Particularly speaking, Amazon's a big thing. And there are a couple other literature.com. So there are a couple other locations that you can always find it at.
Great leaders are not born, they're made, they're forged. The DNA of successful leadership is a mix of mindset, strategy, execution. Learn more, read more in the book. It's Mastering the TPS Blueprint. We told you what TPS stands for. And really, we just want to give you some guerrilla strategies on surviving any economy, including the one we're in and headed toward, which is so super shaky. Do we want to be cash heavy right now or no?
Absolutely. See, here's the thing that I say that's very important that people have to understand. Regardless of your politics, at this stage in the game, we can no longer go back a year ago to the Biden administration. We now have to look at what we're looking at now. And people are now actually experiencing, okay, grocery, I can't buy it. Meats, I can't buy. Food, I can't buy. Gas, I can't buy. So now the bottom line of it is we have to look at where we are now. And the most important thing about that is you want to be cash. You want to be debt restrictive. Be very cautious about debt. Be very cautious about credit cards. Get out of all credit card debt. And if necessary, start positioning yourself to not be in a situation where you have to be at the realms or at the whims of the economy. That's very important.
Yeah, learn more. Darius Alexander Ross, the D-Man. Find him on the interwebs at dariusaross.com, and certainly get out and buy the book. That'll get you started, get you the introduction. This guy's got it figured out, and he knows what it's like. He's come from the streets to Wall Street, mastering the TPS blueprint. Darius, thanks for being on today.
It's been my pleasure, Mr. Jake. I appreciate it so much.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. That is Darius Ross. Learn more, find out more at dariusaross.com and find the book we were just talking about. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you find books. It's Mastering the TPS Blueprint, Transforming Trauma into Triumph. That's the world we're living in today, where we're all just experiencing high rent and high anxiety, coping with America's affordability crisis. Darius Ross trying to help us all out. A third of Americans now spend more than 30% of their income on rent. Do the math. What is your rent check? Or I guess you could say mortgage, but what is rent compared to how much you make a month? Are you paying 30% of your monthly income in rent? More? In major cities and in places like maybe Jackson Hole, Cody, Sheridan, your rent might be 50% of what you make or more. And that's bad math. That leaves you stuck in survival mode. That's tough. We know. And maybe the answer's mastering the TPS blueprint. That dropped in June of this year. Darius Ross, the author, commodities trader, philanthropist, and great to have him on to close out the show. I'm going to go to Ray Hageman and the Game and Fish Report. We'll see what's going on over there to finish things up on this Thursday.
New to hunting? Well, you'll need a hunter education course to get started. Details next on The Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. As winter begins to settle in, sometimes it seems there's not much to do except ride it out. But with some hunting seasons wrapped up, and if you have a hunter-to-be in the family, the Wyoming Game and Fish has an option for you this winter. Take a hunter education course. Wyoming law requires anyone born after January 1st, 1966 to have hunter education before going hunting. That fact can slip the minds of prospective hunters, and many call up or go online hoping to enroll in a hunter education course a few weeks before their planned hunting trip. That's usually impossible. There's two options. Traditional classroom hunter education consists of a maximum of 18 hours of instruction. Online classes require completion of an online course and an in-person field day where students are tested on the skills they learn online. Hunters who haven't completed hunter education can still go hunting under the Hunter Mentor program. That's where hunters who haven't had hunter education can still go hunting provided they're with a mentor at least 18 years of age that has completed an approved hunter education course. The mentor must possess a valid hunter education card showing completion of the course while in the field with the hunter being mentored. More information on participating in the Hunter Mentor program can be obtained from any Game and Fish office or going to the Game and Fish website. Hunter Ed classes were designed over 50 years ago with the objective of reducing hunting accidents. Every state now has hunter education courses, and they are effective. Hunting is statistically safer than almost all other forms of recreation. Classes emphasize the heritage of hunting as responsible, ethical behavior by hunters, and personal involvement in the community is essential to the future of wildlife and the survival of hunting. Information on locations and dates of new courses as well as bow hunter education is listed on the Game and Fish website. Course schedules are updated continually, so check back regularly if a course in your area isn't listed. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show, and we're in the final minutes. We're in the final month of the year also, and it's a reminder to all of us, I think, not just the holiday season and New Year's and Christmas, but it's a reminder that you've probably at this point met your deductible health insurance-wise, so go ahead and plan something truly reckless before you're uninsured beginning in 2026, or you might be insured or your deductible rolls over. This is the time of the year you should opt for that elective surgery, no matter how wacky it is, or do something truly dangerous. If you ever thought about riding a bull, whatever, yeah, your deductible's met. And if you're ever going to get yourself hospitalized, December is usually the good month for all of us. Recapping the stories of the day. We mentioned this early in the morning when we first saw it. Times 2025 Person of the Year is AI. It's so right, yet so wrong, huh? Times 2025 Person of the Year, the architects of artificial intelligence. Time says it really well. For delivering the age of thinking machines, for wowing and worrying humanity, and for transforming the present and transcending the possible, the architects of AI are Times 2025 Person of the Year. So right. Yeah, this is the year that AI really is coming into being, right? Hey, big thanks to all of our guests today. We had Dave Bell on, his new Yellowstone photographs book. Stephen Mullins, the potter, taught us a little bit about ceramics. Chris Navarro, the famed sculptor, was on today. Ask Gabby, who didn't know anything about the movie Die Hard. Disappointing. And Darius Ross just joined us. That'll do it for the Cowboy State Daily Show Thursday. See you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.